I ask the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
From my friend Lisa Gordon, I offer my rose to a Watola trimmer. It's called Urgency. Again, the urge to bring gauze to the broken world, medicine and a plaster cast. Again, the urge to things, to heal them, to make them. Again, the chance to do the work, which is to look in, to touch the pain, but not become it. To see the world exactly as it is, and still write it a love letter. To meet what is cracked with clarity, to mirror and know whatever beauty we find.
Members, we apologize for the audio difficulties that we have experienced. Hopefully it'll be fixed next time. Introductions by members. Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 1st, John Fryer died suddenly while watching TV at the side of his wife, Penelope Roy. An abrupt end to the life of someone who was used to shaking things up and making change. A native of England who, until recently, had called Canada and British Columbia his home for 49 years. While most members of today's BC Public Service and most BC workers would not recognize his name, his creativity, his organizing skills, his strategic ability, and his sheer drive forever changed their working conditions and their ability to have the value of their work and their ideas recognized and respected. John Fryer began his career on this continent with the Packing House Workers of America, where his job was to fully integrate Black workers into local unions, a job that resulted in his leaving a small Alabama town hidden in a car trunk for protection. At age 30, John took over leadership of the BC Government Employees Association, whose members were the only Canadian provincial employees with no bargaining rights, and he turned it into a full union in both name and spirit. The BC GEU demanded and won recognition, collective voice, and legislated bargaining rights. Along the way, he infuriated then Premier Bennett by submitting the traditional unilaterally imposed wage schedule to a highly public membership ratification vote. The union that John Fryer envisioned and shaped, along with a cadre of committed young activists and organizers who influenced the labor movement in British Columbia to today, took its full place in the labor movement and began to influence the growing social unionism that became commonplace in the 1980s onward. He reorganized the structure of the union to ensure that the voices of women were heard and their workplace issues taken seriously by ensuring those occupations where women predominated had their own elected representatives. John worked to create a modern, strong, socially active union that I was honored to lead. While our paths crossed just briefly, I was regularly reminded of what he accomplished, often with controversy, often with grudging respect, always with strategy and effectiveness. My condolences to his family and to all those whose lives he helped improve.
Thank you, Minister. Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two introductions to make today. One to my awesome nephew, Ben, who's turning 6 today and celebrating with his big brother, Ross. Secondly, I want to acknowledge how hard our tech support teams are working on both sides of the House, the Legislature, and government. They pulled off Canada's first fully hybrid legislature this summer flawlessly, and I know they're working very hard for all of us right now. We're grateful. Thank you.
Member for Vernon-Monashee. Member for Vernon-Monashee.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker.
Afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm sorry. Is this a response to Throne's speech after the introduction?
Please proceed.
Yes, it's just a point of clarification. I don't have
Member,
2 minutes
member, hold it.
introduction.
Member, hold it.
Yeah.
Hold it. Hold it.
Okay.
Sorry, member, I didn't hear you what you were asking. It's we're only asking members to make introductions. Throne speech will be dealt with sometime later, but not now. Introductions. Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. December 9th is a very special day for me. I've got 2 grandchildren who are turning their birthdays today. Shay is watching and celebrating her 7th birthday in Saskatoon. Shay McDonald, and Parker Dubnik is turning 5 today and is watching from Minnesota. So I wish them the very best birthday. Wish I could be here. Thank goodness for FaceTime. And would the House please join me in wishing them both a very happy birthday.
No further introductions. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Statements by members.
Member for Burnaby North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is Human Rights Day, the last of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. It started on November 25th, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. In Canada, we also recognize December 6th. That day, 31 years ago, when 14 women were killed at L'École Polytechnique. The Montreal Massacre remains the deadliest mass shooting in Canadian history. Separating men from women, the gunman screamed, "I hate feminists," while methodically executing only women. I still remember how I felt when I heard about it on the news that night. I was overwhelmed with grief and fear, but I sought comfort and strength with other outspoken women, strong women who dared to make their mark in a man's world. And every year since 1989, feminists come together to remember those who died and to recommit to a future in which our lives won't be threatened simply because we are women. Safety is top of mind during this pandemic. We are reminded to stay home, to stay safe. But for too many women, home is not a safe place, and the pandemic has made it worse. One local crisis center reports getting close to 100 calls a day since the start of the pandemic, an increase of 300%. We have a lot more work to do to keep women safe, and that's why I support an important resource in my community, Dixon Transition Society. Dixon House offers transitional housing, counseling, and resources to women and their children fleeing domestic violence. Other years, I'd be looking forward to their annual Christmas jazz concert, but the pandemic won't stop me from donating so that they can support even more vulnerable women. And I hope others will do the same. Thank you.
Member for Prince George Wilmot.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'm very pleased today to recognize an inspirational young man. On October the 24th, Finley Goddard and his family were travelling on a back road covered in compact snow. The Goddard family's Toyota was unable to make a corner, hit an embankment, and rolled off the road into a field. The crash left Finn's parents, Blake and Christy, stuck and dangling from their seats, and his 8-year-old brother, Oliver, pinned in the vehicle. Springing into action, 11-year-old Finley lifted the door open, freeing his younger brother, and immediately went to help his parents. Blake was able to get out of the vehicle with his son's help, and with some additional assistance from local farmers who had heard the crash, they were able to remove Christy as well. While Finn did an amazing job lifting the heavy doors and helping his family, what was remarkable was how calm and reassuring Finn was during the entire ordeal. He kept encouraging his mom by telling her that she could do it and by repeating, "You've got this, Mom." Finn has been honored for his heroic efforts by the Prince George Cougars. He was recognized by Prince George Highway Rescue and by our local MP, Todd Doherty. And both Finn and his brother Oliver received gifts and gift certificates from many generous donors. Finley told reporters, "I didn't want anyone to get hurt, so I stayed calm. I just took a deep breath and I tried not to freak out." Well, Finley, we want you to know that we are proud of you for showing bravery and courage beyond your years. Your calm attitude and quick thinking stand as a powerful example to all of us. In difficult times like these, stories like Finn's give us hope and a reason to celebrate. Well done, Finley Goddard.
Member for Surrey Panorama. Unmute, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations. To say that the startup for the school new year has been challenging would be an understatement. And today I would like to thank everyone who has helped open our schools for our kids. Surrey is the largest school district in our province, and I'm in awe of how everyone has worked collaboratively to open our schools safely, develop teaching models that meet the needs of students and families, and establish some sort of normalcy in a world that is anything but normal. When the decision was made to open schools in September, there were questions and concerns and a lot of uncertainty. I want to thank Surrey Teachers Association, CUPE 728, and all of their members. These have been extraordinarily challenging times, and you have our utmost respect and gratitude. You are our frontline workers and heroes in our schools. I want to thank the administrators who have worked to keep our schools safe and have overseen the implementation of our new protocols. Thank you to Superintendent Jordan Tinney, a true hero in the eyes of many, and his staff who have worked tirelessly since schools closed at spring break last March. Surrey School District, led by Jordan Tinney, developed a creative, thoughtful plan that allowed families to choose in-person classes, virtual learning, or a hybrid model. All partners have worked to ensure that student cohorts are safe and consistent. COVID has taught us that nothing is perfect in the new normal, and that we are learning new things every single day. In response to feedback and in collaboration, changes need to be made. Through videos, emails, and social media platforms, he has been transparent in his communications with students, parents, and the community. By no means has this been an easy fall for anyone in education. I want to thank everyone for everything. Nothing is perfect. These plans are not perfect. They are a work in progress, but together we can and we do.
Member for Member for Prince George Mackenzie.
But he left me finish.
She is only 12 years old,
I cut out the last part.
but Haley Krozik has already been through more than most people endure in a lifetime. 3 years ago, the salmon-arm girl was diagnosed with a rare form of cancer. Poorly differentiated chordoma affects just 1 in 20 million people. Haley and her family have endured countless stays at Ronald McDonald House while Haley undergoes surgeries, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, a trial drug, regular testing, and the incredible emotional and mental side effects that go along with this disease. Her parents, Matt and Carolyn, tirelessly by her side. Doctors have told them that the best chance of controlling the disease is surgery and proton beam radiation. The surgery needs to take place in Pittsburgh with a team skilled in pediatric neurosurgery. Unfortunately, this procedure and all that go along with it will cost well in excess of $100,000. Mark Neudorf, a local Prince George hunter, took it upon himself to create a social media page. His purpose was to make a difference. In 48 hours, Mark's Facebook page, called Hunting Auctions for Haley, exploded with donations from around North America. From Mennonite sausage to fully guided fishing charters to baked goods from Grandma's Kitchen to a baseball bat Haley herself has donated, people have stepped up to help. Haley's bat sold for $24,000. And to knock it out of the park, that $24,000 donation was matched for a total of $48,000. As of last Saturday night, not even 48 hours after starting this movement, over 400 donations had come in and over $100,000 has been raised. The strongest bonds are formed by the will to make a difference. Hunters, trappers, anglers, and guides, and those that have just felt the need to help, have all contributed. Friends, family, and complete strangers came together with the compassion and the will to change the lives of people they have never met. Haley, from all of us in this house and around BC, we know that you will beat this.
Member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise in the legislature today, figuratively, of course, in these difficult times, but I wanted to speak about notable community organizations that are operating holiday services to support those in need in my riding of Maple Ridge and Mission. And although things look different this year due to COVID-19, the need for support is even greater than in past years. And we've seen community service organizations stepping up to meet this need. This year marks the 48th anniversary of the Mission Community Services Society's Christmas Bureau. Since 1972, the Society has made a difference in thousands of lives for vulnerable families by providing festive food hampers and toys at Christmas time. This year, through the generosity of the community of a community of individuals and businesses, the Christmas Bureau is continuing this tradition. Another wonderful organization, the Maple Ridge Pit Meadows Christmas Hamper Society, was established in the late 60s. This year, they partnered with the Katzie Nation, Ridge Meadows Salvation Army, School District 42, Friends in Needs Food Bank, and the Community Services for their Christmas Hamper program. And the Christmas Hamper program will serve over 400 families, providing gift cards for Christmas dinners and children's gift cards. And these are from local Ridge Meadows stores. So it's also supporting families, but also local businesses during this difficult time. And of course, it's very important at this time to talk, when we're talking about vulnerable populations, to talk about our senior population. And Community Services in Maple Ridge is putting on a Christmas dinner drive-through where registered seniors will receive a pre-made Christmas dinner and an amazing goodie bag full of lots of wonderful things. And it's all pre-arranged and scheduled to accommodate appropriate safety measures. So I want to thank all of the community organizations in my community and of course across British Columbia who are doing such an amazing job to support individuals and families in need this holiday season and year round. Happy holidays, everyone.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, care homes have been the epicenter of much of COVID-19. Seniors around our province are facing the brunt of this disease as they're not only the most susceptible, but also the most affected by visitation restrictions. One of the other challenges facing long-term care homes brought on by COVID-19 is staffing shortages, especially as both staff and residents test positive. In Abbotsford, one such care home has found a novel solution to these issues. Menno Place, which is one of the largest senior care campuses in BC, is governed by the Mennonite Benevolent Society. It cares for nearly 700 seniors. So when staff and residents began to test positive, Karen Biggs, the CEO of Menno Place, decided to find a solution to continue the needed level of care the residents deserve. Menno Place is not alone with the challenges they face. Due to restrictions, family visits are severely limited, volunteers are banned, and finding staff is becoming increasingly difficult. Karen Biggs' idea was to reach out to families with loved ones who reside at Menno Place to see if they would want to temporarily work in areas like housekeeping, laundry, and dietary services. Within days of the job posting, nearly 50 passionate family members rose to the task at hand, eager to support Menno Place, have the opportunity to work, and care for the residents with the added bonus of being able to see their loved ones. My understanding is care facilities in BC and across the country are watching closely. Menlo Place is working hard to ensure safety training protocols are being met, and I hope that other care homes can take a cue from Menlo Place to better serve their residents and their family needs during these. I am proud of this long-standing Abbotsford tradition, and I am pleased to share their story here in the House today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your election.
Members, we are going to commence the question period in a moment. I just want to urge all members to maximize full participation in the question period. I urge all members to watch the length of your questions and answers. So I really appreciate your cooperation. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is the representative's view that many families and caregivers are reaching the breaking point. The disruption of the pandemic continues to reverberate in the lives of children and youth with special needs. These are the words of the representative for children and youth in the report entitled Left Out that was delivered last week. The stories shared by families are powerful and painful. The report calls for urgent and immediate action from this government. So to the government members today, will they commit to extending for 1 year all pandemic-related benefits and processes that are desperately required for children and youth with special needs?
Minister of Children and Families.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. I'd just like to start by saying I'm thrilled and honoured to have been appointed as the Minister of Children and Family Development. I'd like to thank all of the frontline staff, all of the staff of our partner agencies, delegated agencies, for all of their hard work, and especially during this really, really difficult time of this pandemic. I thank the representative of Children and Youth for her report and her team for all of the work that, again, in such difficult circumstances has been completed. And I thank the families. Thank you for sharing your stories. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for taking part. And my heart goes out to you. I share the concerns of the representative. For too long, the system has been extremely fragmented. And that's why, member, you will have seen in my mandate letter that the Premier has asked me to move forwards with a framework for supporting families with children and youth with support needs. Already, I have instructed ministry staff to move forward with the recommendation related to an advisory panel, and I've already asked them to accelerate work towards implementing the framework.
Leader of the Official Opposition for supplemental.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the compassion and the caring in the Minister's answer, but what I didn't hear was an answer to the question. The answer, in fact, the Minister provided will provide little comfort and certainly no direct support that is desperately needed by these families. The report outlines in detail the devastating impact that the pandemic has had on these families. Funding approval processes fell apart. Contact with professionals and CYSN workers became more difficult. And families themselves said there was a lack of meaningful communication. The report and families across the province are calling for immediate action to meet these urgent needs. An advisory committee is one step, but today, we need the government to respond to the critical needs of these families. Will the minister commit to the extension of pandemic-related benefits until the fall of 2021?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you again to the member, and I appreciate her passion and advocacy on behalf of children and families across our province as well. And through the course of the pandemic, we have been improving our systems of communication with families. You will know that some measures were put in place, and that included measures like increased flexibility of use of benefits that families have told us has actually been really, really helpful, and that continues through until March. And there are other benefits and grants that are being announced that will be available to all families, depending on eligibility criteria across the whole of the province. This is really important work, and we have to get it right. We have to put children and youth at the centre of the system. And that is the work that I've asked the ministry staff to accelerate and expedite. And we will be doing that alongside the voices and experiences and stories of families with children and youth with support needs.
Leader of the Official Opposition, second supplemental.
Well, thank you very much. And the report is painful to read. Families shared their most personal stories about the impact of the pandemic on their families. And what needs to be expedited is an answer to these families. It is very clear that an election during a pandemic impacted these families in a significant way. In fact, when pandemic-related benefits for children and youth with special needs expired in September, there was no recourse for them for months. The report specifically calls on this government to extend all pandemic-related benefits and processes for special needs families until the fall of 2021. So again, to the minister, families deserve an answer, and they deserve support, not in the future, not 2 months from now. They deserve an answer now. Will the minister accept the recommendation and extend benefits to these families for 1 year? Yes or no?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you again to the member. And as she will know, we will be going into very intense planning processes to make sure that we actually build a system for children and youth. And so some of the measures that were put in place because of the pandemic have been extended until March. And so we're going into a lot of hard work to make sure that we plan for a system that puts children and youth at the centre of these services. And the member will know, because the member was actually part of government itself when cutbacks were made to this ministry and to families such as these who have shared their very powerful and worrying stories with us. And so I'm very proud to be part of a government that's actually looking at changing the system that has let down these families for so very long.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. One of the respondents to the CYSN survey that formed the basis of the Representative for Children and Youth's report is Victoria O'Connor. Victoria is a mother of twin sons, both of whom are nonverbal and have been diagnosed with autism. This is what Victoria said about her experience, quote, "We are very much a family in crisis. I just sort of feel like it doesn't matter how bad your situation is, you're still going to have to jump through a million hoops," end quote. To government, when will you implement the recommendations in the report so that parents like Victoria can get the support that they so desperately need?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. And thank you to people like Victoria who has shared their stories. There are so many families out there who have such a variety of experiences. And of course, in this pandemic, the struggle of caring for children with high levels of needs and with children and youth who have support needs has really put added pressure on them. And I can assure the member that the staff in the ministry take this matter very seriously, and they themselves have worked really hard to be able to pivot and to be able to continue providing services. But again, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, this system is fragmented, and it has been for a very long time. And colleagues of this member were members of government that actually cut back services to this ministry. And so I'm very proud that in my mandate letter from the Premier, I'm being asked to transform the system of support for children and youth with support needs and to put them and their needs at the centre of the system.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilanos, supplemental.
Minister, I appreciate the commitment you say you're making, but families are still waiting on this NDP government to follow through on the recommendations made in the Representative for Children and Youth 2018 report. The NDP government promised to have a comprehensive plan in place by this fall of 2019, and they failed to deliver this. One of the consequences of this NDP failure was that the majority of these families did not know they were even eligible for the now expired monthly emergency benefit. And the minister mentioned the increased flexibility of benefits is that some of these families did not know that they had alternative ways to use those benefits. To the government, will you admit the failings of this government and implement these recommendations immediately?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you again to the member. This is such an important matter. We know that families have been struggling. They were already struggling because the system was so fragmented. And then with the pandemic on top, that really exacerbated the issues for many families. So the ministry staff and services really pivoted as much as they could to offer support and services and to provide reliefs as far as possible and to make sure that we heard the stories and were able to create that flexibility, which is what families were asking us for. It is really important that we actually create a system that's fair and that supports children and youth with the needs that they have and puts them at the centre of the system. And that's the work that we're already doing. That is recommended by the Representative for Children and Youth. Another recommendation was to have an advisory council to very quickly bring together stakeholders and families and advocates. We're already doing that. We've already acted on that. And there are more grant programs that will be available for families across British Columbia. I encourage any family that's still struggling to please reach out to your local MCFD office or reach out to your worker if you have one allocated, and please find out how much we can help you further.
Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And we know that the COVID-19 pandemic is affecting people in many ways, and we are also at this moment in an overwhelming and worsening mental health crisis that's been called a shadow pandemic. The overdose emergency is continuing at a horrifying rate. Domestic violence rates are up and people are more isolated, more anxious, and more depressed than ever. And we are now headed into the highest risk season of the year. And we know that our public healthcare system, as currently configured, despite the best intentions, cannot adequately respond to this crisis. My question for you, Honourable Speaker, is to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Before the snap election was called, the former minister committed to working with the BC Psychological Association on a pilot project that would better integrate psychologists into primary care, allowing them to work alongside their medical colleagues to provide much-needed mental health care to all British Columbians, regardless of income. Will the new minister confirm that the reforms needed to allow psychologists to become eligible providers through the government-funded billing system will go forward province-wide?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the continued advocacy in this area. I share the member's concerns about the double impact of the pandemic and exacerbating an already alarming mental health system. Anybody who's watching, anybody who has a family who is feeling isolated or anxious, please reach out. Since yesterday's questions in the House, I have been able to confirm through my colleagues in within the mental health support system that the online supports that we built up since the pandemic started have capacity. We've got, if you phone 811, if you go to bc.gov.ca/COVID, there are links to online mental health supports so you can stay safe at home, still have that access to the counseling that we need. I'm encouraged by the direct invitation in the mandate letter that the Premier gave me to expand access to mental health supports and to use all tools. So I welcome the conversation with the Green Party. the tool that they mention is certainly one of the ones that we can talk about. We need all the best ideas to be able to bring relief to families. And maybe I'll just finish, Mr. Speaker, by saying going into the Christmas holiday and into the holiday season and solstice where the hours are the shortest, just urge all of us to reach out, especially to friends, those who are isolated. It's going to be a difficult time the next month ahead, and all support, all the support that we can give as individuals for our communities is going to make a difference.
Leader of the third party on her first supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And just to be clear, this is not a tool of the BC Green Caucus. This is a tool of the BC Psychological Association that had been working with government before the snap election and had been creating a pathway to ensure that all British Columbians could have access to mental health care through the provincial billing system. And so I'm going to hope that the Minister can respond to that, as well as the BC Psychological First Aid call line that used to be in place as a result of the earliest stage of the pandemic had registered psychologists volunteering to support British Columbians with mental health issues free of charge. It was closed in July. And so my additional question, in addition to the first question, which I'm hoping I can still get an answer to, Honourable Speaker, is will the Minister also commit not only to working with the BC Psychologists Association to provide mental health care to all British Columbians, but to ensure that this psychological first aid line can reopen immediately and provide evidence-based psychological care to anybody who needs it, particularly as we go into this most stressful time of the year.
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People are hurting, and although we've made progress pulling together a mental health and overdose system together, having inherited in 2017 not much of a system at all, we've got a long way to go. So I'll say again to the member, the Premier asks me specifically in my mandate letter to continue to build a comprehensive system of mental health and addiction support, especially to support people through COVID-19. Invites me specifically to expand access to counseling using new e-health and other virtual technologies. I've confirmed that system, were people to need help today, tomorrow, in the weeks ahead, both our 811 line and the government COVID site are the best way to access that. And I'd be very happy to return to the member with an update on the specific consultation that was happening back in September. We need all tools applied to the crisis at hand. All options are on the table, and I look forward to picking up that work again to carry on the work of my predecessor, Judy Darcy.
Member for Peace River North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a stressful time for everyone, but especially for those who struggle to put food on the table at the best of times. In his first major policy announcement, the new Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction has chosen to slash disability income assistance, and that's awful, awful. Yesterday, he cut the COVID-19 crisis supplement in half. Can the Premier tell British Columbians why he chose to claw back income assistance now?
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Well, thank you very much. I thank the member for Peace River for the question, and I'm pleased to offer a response. Quite clearly, this is a concern to everyone. We know that people who have been struggling are struggling a lot during this pandemic, and that's why our government, unlike the previous government, takes poverty reduction very seriously. In this specific issue, we recognize that in April, the government instituted a workers' benefit. Since that was not open to people on income or disability assistance, the government decided at the time to institute a supplement, and that supplement was extended until the end of this month, in fact. So people on disability or income assistance or seniors receiving the supplement will, in fact, receive the full 300 crisis supplement in addition. So what we've done, because of we've instituted a new benefit, a recovery benefit, which will go to everyone, including people on disability assistance and on income assistance. In addition to that, we've created a supplement of $150 for January, February, and March. And quite frankly, if the member did his research, he would realize that, in fact, all those in receipt of this assistance will be getting more than they otherwise would have.
Member for Peace River North for a supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it certainly doesn't sound like this government is taking this seriously. A cut is a cut from $300 a month down to $150 less. We know that people, low-income people, are disproportionately affected by this pandemic. And I'll use a quote here. Michael Richards receives disability assistance, and he had this to say, and I quote, "Today's announcement frustrates me. It speaks of a government that is out of touch with the realities of disability and poverty," end quote. So again, to the Premier, why is our most vulnerable population the target of this cut?
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Well, I could just reiterate, in fact, that, this is a government that not only increased rates as soon as we formed government in 2017, after 10 years of the members' party ignoring the issue completely. Not only did we increase it in 2017, we increased it again. So with the onset of the pandemic, sure, this has definitely caused things to be more difficult for everyone, and especially those who are already vulnerable. That's why we ensured that when the workers' benefit was not made available to people on assistance, that we instituted a supplement. The new benefit, the recovery benefit, is open to 3.7 million British Columbians. And considering that, we've not only done that, we've not only brought in that, a promise that we've made, we've also kept a supplement, albeit at a reduced rate, $150 for January, February, and March. But that will result in everyone receiving assistance to receive more than they otherwise would have.
Member for Caribou North.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The fact is the NDP government is cutting supports for our most vulnerable populations in the middle of a pandemic. And it's shameful. And this minister's hypocrisy is shocking. This is incredibly worrying for people who are concerned about paying their bills and putting food on the table when the government is actually cutting their assistance by $150 a month. Can the Premier please explain why he's clawing back $150 a month from vulnerable people in the middle of a pandemic?
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Well, I thank the member for her question, and I'm not sure if she heard my previous responses. The citizens benefit, the recovery benefit that was announced yesterday will be a benefit to 3.7 million British Columbians, including those who are in social assistance and disability assistance. In addition to that, they will be receiving $150 as a supplement to that amount. So I don't think that the member has any reason to be so cynical with her approach. I think that she's quite aware of the fact that this government has done more for people living in poverty than her government had done in the previous 16 years.
Member for Caribou North, supplemental question.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, but the NDP chose to announce this cut in disability income assistance on the same day that they announced the one-time recovery benefit. So government framed it in such a way that apparently vulnerable people and those with disabilities should be celebrating this clawback.
Vulnerable people are already sharing their frustration with this NDP government on Twitter using hashtag 300clawback. Will the Premier stop the clawback?
Member for Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is not how the member has characterized the situation. Quite clearly, if she's done the calculations, she will see that people on income assistance and disability assistance will be receiving the recovery benefit as well as a supplement of $150 above the rate of their assistance. So in fact, the member's premise is incorrect. So her question is based on that incorrect premise. The long and short of it is that with the supplement plus the recovery benefit, people receiving income assistance and disability assistance will in fact have more in their pocket at the end of March.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. We are obviously in the midst of the worst health crisis in our province's history. The good news is that we also, I think, are on the verge of deploying the fruits of science with the vaccines that are coming online very shortly. On the first day of this new Parliament, the Premier did two notable things. He asked for the collaboration of the members of this chamber as we move through this second wave of the pandemic. And he also introduced the motion creating a standing committee on health. This House will likely adjourn next week. We don't know when it will reconvene. The Finance Minister and the government have introduced legislation that would allow it to remain adjourned until the end of April next year. We know also, Mr. Speaker, that there will be a host of issues associated with the distribution of the vaccine. Who better to assist with resolving those issues than the members and the talent in this chamber? My question is to the Premier. Will he activate the committee, the Standing Committee on Health, so that it can assist with the work of ensuring that all British Columbians have equitable and reasonable access to the vaccines that are coming online?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. What I can assure the member of, and he knows this, today, as has happened many times during the pandemic, Dr. Henry, in this case, Dr. Brown and others have shared briefings. And I want to say to the opposition how much we've appreciated and respect their approach, which has been to keep those confidential briefings, which are really often cabinet level briefings, confidential, and work with us and get a chance to ask directly to the leaders of this effort the appropriate questions. And we're going to continue to do that. There's a new health critic, a new critic for long-term care, also the leader of the opposition, and I can provide him with my personal assurance that as we go through this period, and not just on the issue of vaccines, but on the issues related to provincial health orders and other supports and other responses in the healthcare system, we'll continue to reach out every day or close to every day to opposition critics and opposition parties to have their voice heard in the process, their suggestions heard. As he knows, their suggestions frequently adopted. That's been our approach from the beginning, and that will continue to be our approach with the new critics and with the new opposition and the new legislature.
Member for Abbotsford West on his supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Standing Committee on Health exists for a reason. I cannot think of a more appropriate time, especially in the aftermath of the words we heard from the Premier, to activate the talent and the goodwill that exists on that committee to assist with the challenge that lies before us. And surely no one in this chamber is under any illusions about the extent of that challenge. The good news is vaccines are coming online. I think the Minister and Dr. Henry will have more to say about that this afternoon, but that is going to give rise to a host of questions and a host of issues about where, when, and how people are going to be able to access that vaccine. There is an opportunity here to breathe life into that word, those words, collaboration and cooperation, by formally activating the body within this body that can meet throughout and provide assistance in answering those questions. This chamber will adjourn and may not come back together again for months, during which time these issues will be front and center for British Columbians. I cannot think of a reason why the government or the Premier would be hesitant about accepting the invitation to activate the Health Committee, and I hope the Premier will stand here today, or if not today, tomorrow, indicate his willingness to do so.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, and thank you again to the member for his question. I think the work that we have done together, all parties, the Liberal Party and the Green Party, the previous critics, the member for Colonial Lake Country, the member for Cowichan, and the current critics, the member for Colonial Mission, the member for Prince George Mount Robson, and the member for Saanich and the Islands worked together very closely on this and other issues. I think we've broken new ground with respect to the work we've done together on health professional colleges. And what I can assure the member is certainly his suggestion, I'm sure, will be taken into account by the Premier, but that in the coming days and weeks, we will act together with all members of the legislature, ensure all members of the legislature's voice is heard. And how does he know that? Because that is how we've acted from day one of this pandemic, and that has been reciprocated, has been responded to positively by members on all sides of the House. This is our effort collectively. I agree with them. The extraordinary work of public health on issues of vaccine, as on all other issues, is something to be respected and supported, and we need the support of all voices and all voices in the legislature for what's going to be a remarkably challenging immunization campaign and a remarkably important one. It's not just immunization, it's all elements of our pandemic response, and the member will know that it is my commitment to work with every single member of this House, not just a few, but every single member, to ensure that we get the best possible response possible and that the whole country continues to admire the way that British Columbia has dealt with this issue.
The bell ends question period. Madam Clerk, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have a number of things that we got to get through before we get to the formal orders of the day. So, Honourable Speaker, I have the honour to present the interim report of the Special Committee of Selection for the first section of the 42nd Parliament.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the interim report be taken and read as received.
Members, those who are participating remotely, please have your voting cards ready. The question is that the interim report be taken as read and received. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed indicate nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I seek leave of the House to move motions to activate 3 select standing committees and 2 special committees. The full text of these motions has been provided to the 2 opposition House leaders.
Is the leave granted? That's the motion we will be voting on. Those who are participating, no, hold it. Don't be too eager. Those who will be participating remotely, have your cards ready. Okay, So first we have to adopt the motion. So Government House Leader, make
Thank
that
you, Honourable
motion,
Speaker.
please.
I seek leave of the House to move a motion to adopt the interim report.
So that's the motion we'll be voting on. Is leave granted? So that'll be the motion. Have your cards ready, those who are participating remotely. Is leave granted? Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the interim report be adopted.
Again, please have your cards ready. The motion is to adopt the report. All in favor indicate aye. Those who oppose, motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I seek leave of the House to move motions to activate 3 select standing committees and 2 special committees. The full text of these motions has been provided to the 2 House leaders.
Is leave granted? All those in favor indicate aye. Those who oppose, motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. By leave, I move the first motion regarding the Select Standing Committee on Children and Youth, and that the Select Standing Committee on Children and Youth be empowered to foster greater awareness and understanding amongst legislatures and the public of the BC child welfare system, including the specific needs of Indigenous children, youth, families, and communities, and in particular, to receive and review the annual service plan from the Representative for Children and Youth that includes a statement of goals and identifies specific objectives and performance measures that will be required to exercise the powers and perform the functions and duties of the representative during the fiscal year. 2, be the committee to which the representative reports at least annually. 3, refer to the representative for investigation the critical injury or death of a child. 4, to receive and consider all reports and plans transmitted by the representative to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly. And 5, undertake, pursuant to Section 31 of the Representative for Children and Youth Act, a comprehensive review of the Act or portions of the Act before April 1st, 2022, to determine whether the functions of the representative described in Section 6 are still required, and to ensure that the needs of children and young adults, as defined in that section, are met. Then, in addition to the powers previously conferred upon the Select Standing Committees of the House, the Select Standing Committee on Children and Youth be empowered to A, appoint of its number 1 or more subcommittees, to refer such subcommittees any of the matters referred to the committee, and to delegate to the subcommittees all or any of its powers except the power to report directly to the House. That sit during a period in which the House is adjourned, during the recess after prorogation until the next following session, and during any sitting of the House. C, conduct consultations by any means that the committee considers appropriate. D, adjourn from place to place as may be convenient. And E, retain personnel as required to assist the committee. That the committee shall report to the House as soon as possible or following any adjournment or at the next following session, as the case may be, to deposit the original of its reports with the Clerk of the Legislative Assembly during a period of adjournment, and upon resumption of the sittings of the House, the Chair shall present all reports to the Legislative Assembly.
Members participating remotely, please prepare your voting cards. You have heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. By leave, I move the second motion regarding the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services. By leave. Yeah, this is for everybody out the chamber, right? I said it was a lot. And this is the one you always wanted me to get early. So, by leave, I move that all reports of the Auditor General of British Columbia be transmitted to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, be deemed referred to the Select Standing Committee on Public Accounts. For greater certainty, the following exceptions are provided. A, the report referred to in Section 22 of the Auditor General Act, SBC 203C2, shall be referred to the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services. And B, reports of the Auditor General respecting the Legislative Assembly prepared under the provisions of the Legislative Assembly Management Committee Act RSBC 1996, C258, shall be referred to the Legislative Assembly Management Committee, that the Select Standing Committee on Public Accounts be the committee referred to in Sections 6, 7, 10, 13, and 14 of the Auditor General Act. That in addition to the powers previously conferred upon the Select Standing Committee of the House, the Select Standing Committee on Public Accounts be empowered to A, appoint of its number one or more subcommittees, and to refer to such subcommittees any of the matters referred to the committee, and to delegate to the subcommittees all or any of its powers except the power to report directly to the House. B, sit during a period in which the House is adjourned during the recess after prorogation until the next following session and during any sitting of the House. C, adjourn from place to place as may be convenient, and D, retain personnel as required to assist the committee, and shall report to the House as soon as possible, or following any adjournment, or at the next following session, as the case may be, to deposit the original of its findings with the clerk of the reports with the clerk of the Legislative Assembly during the period of adjournment, and upon resumption of the sittings of the House, the chair shall present all reports to the Legislative Assembly.
Members participating remotely, have your cards ready. And those who, I'll read the motion, but when you are voting, have your blank white card ready if you're voting aye. Okay, so you have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. By leave, I move the third motion regarding the Select Standing Committee on Public Accounts. By leave, I move that the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services be empowered to 1. Examine, inquire into, and make recommendations with respect to the budget consultation paper prepared by the Minister of Finance in accordance with Section 2 of the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act, SBC 2000 C23, and in particular to A. Conduct public consultations across British Columbia on proposals and recommendations regarding the provincial budget and fiscal policy for the coming fiscal year by any means that the committee considers appropriate, and B. Prepare a report no later than the 15th of November 2021 on the results of those consultations. 2. Consider and make recommendations on the annual reports, rolling 3-year service plans and budgets of the statutory officers, namely the Auditor General, the Chief Electoral Officer, the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, the Human Rights Commissioner, the Information and Privacy Commissioner, the Merit Commissioner, the Ombudsperson, the Police Complaint Commissioner, and the Representative for Children and Youth. 3. Inquire into and make recommendations with respect to other matters brought to the committee's attention by any of the aforementioned statutory officers, and that the committee be designated as the committee referred to in Sections 19, 20, 21, and 23 of the Auditor General Act, SBC 2003 C2, and that the report in Section 22 of the Auditor General Act, SBC 2003 C2, be referred to the committee. That, in addition to the powers previously conferred upon the Select Standing Committees of the House, the Select Standing Committee of Finance on Government Services be empowered to appoint any of its number one or more subcommittees, refer to such subcommittees any of the matters referred to the committee, and to delegate to the subcommittees all or any of its powers except the power to report directly to the House. B. Sit during a period in which the House is adjourned during the recess after prorogation until the next following session and during any sitting of the House. C. Adjourn from place to place as may be convenient, and D. Retain personnel as required to assist the committee, and shall report to the House as soon as possible, or following any adjournment or at the next following session, as the case may be, to deposit the original of its reports with the Clerk of the Legislative Assembly during a period of adjournment, and upon resumption of the sittings of the House, the Chair shall present all reports to the Legislative Assembly.
I hope you all heard that, eh? Those who are participating remotely, have your voting cards ready. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. By leave, I remove the fourth motion regarding a special committee to review the Personal Information Protection Act. By leave, I move that a special committee be appointed to review the Personal Information Protection Act, SBC 2003 C73, pursuant to Section 59 of that Act, and that the special committee shall have the powers of a select standing committee, and in addition be empowered to A, appoint of its number one or more subcommittees and refer to such subcommittees any matters referred to the special committee and delegate to the subcommittees all or any of its powers, excepting the power to report directly to the House. B. Sit during a period in which the House is adjourned during the recess after prorogation until the next following session and during any sitting of the House. C. Conduct consultations by any means that the special committee considers appropriate. D. Adjourn from place to place as may be convenient. And E. Retain personnel as required to assist under the special committee. That any information or evidence previously under consideration by the special committee appointed by the order of the House on the February 18th, 2020, be referred to the special committee. That the special committee shall submit a report including any recommendations respecting the results of the review to the Legislative Assembly within 1 year of this motion being adopted by the House, and shall deposit the original of its reports with the Clerk of the Legislative Assembly during a period of adjournment, and upon resumption of the sittings of the House, the Chair shall present all reports to the Legislative Assembly. That the said special committee be composed of the following members: Mabel Elmore, convener; Gary Begg, Rick Glumak, Rachna Singh, Dan Ashton, Andrew Wilkinson, and Adam Olson.
Members, I'm sure you're by now you're all experienced how to vote. So have your voting cards ready. You have heard the motion. All in favor indicate aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. By leave, I move the fifth motion regarding the Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act. By leave, I move that a Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act be appointed to examine, inquire into, and make recommendations to the Legislative Assembly on the following: 1. Reforms related to independent oversight, transparency, governance, structure, service delivery, standards, funding, training, and education, and any other considerations which may apply respecting the modernization and sustainability of policing under the Police Act, RSBC 1996 C367, and all related agreements. 2. The role of police with respect to complex social issues, including mental health and wellness, addictions, and harm reduction, and in consideration of any appropriate changes to relevant sections of the Mental Health Act, RSBC 1996 C288. 3. The scope of systemic racism within British Columbia's police agencies, including the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, independent municipal police, and designated policing units, and its impact on public safety and public trust in policing. 4. Whether there are measures necessary to ensure a modernized Police Act is consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, 2007, as required by Section 3 of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, SBC 2019 C44. That the Special Committee undertake the above examinations as it deems appropriate with regard to the relevant reports, studies, and examinations, that any information or evidence previously under consideration by the Special Committee appointed by the order of the House on July 8, 2020 be referred to the Special Committee, that the Special Committee have all the powers of Select Standing Committee, and in addition is empowered to A. Appoint of its number one or more subcommittees, and to refer such subcommittees any of the matters referred to the Special Committee, and to delegate to the subcommittees all or any of its powers except the power to report directly to the House. B. Sit during a period in which the House is adjourned during the recess after prorogation until the next following session and during any sitting of the House. C. Conduct consultations by any means the committee considers appropriate. D. Adjourn from place to place as may be convenient. And E. Retain personnel as required to assist the committee. That the Special Committee report to the House by October 8, 2021 or following any adjournment or at the next following session, as the case may be, to deposit the original of its reports with the Clerk of the Legislative Assembly during a period of adjournment, and upon resumption of the sittings of the House, the Chair shall present all reports to the Legislative Assembly. The Special Committee is to be composed of Doug Routley, convener; Gary Begg, Rachna Singh, Grace Lohr, Rick Glumak, Harwinder Sandhu, Dan Davies, Trevor Halford, Ian Payton, and Adam Olson.
Again, members participating remotely, please prepare your voting cards. You have heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On behalf of the Attorney General, I rise to table the British Columbia Ferry Commissioner Annual Report for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020.
Madam Clerk. No, okay. Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Attorney General, I rise to table the Environmental Appeal Board 2019-2020 Annual Report.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On behalf of the Attorney General, I rise to table the Gaming Policy and Enforcement Branch Annual Report for the year ending March 31st, 2020.
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Attorney General, I rise to table the 2019 Annual Report of the Labour Relations Board.
Government House Leader.
Honourable Speaker, finally, on behalf of the Attorney General, I rise to table the Public Guardian and Trustees 2019 2020 annual report. There you go.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call second reading on Bill 3, Finance Statutes Amendment Act 2020.
Committee Chair.
Could those leaving please do so? Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to your new role. I move that Bill 3 be read a second time now. Honourable Speaker, this bill includes amendments to the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act, the Financial Administration Act, and the Homeowner Grant Act. This bill amends the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act to set a budget date no later than April 30th in a fiscal year following an October election to allow additional time for the budget and estimates development process. The amendment extends the current date for presenting a budget and estimates from the 4th Tuesday in March to no later than April 30th. The amendments also extend the timelines for presenting a budget and estimates when an election is held on dates other than the 3rd Saturday in October. These rules will allow an incoming government up to 150 days from the current 120 days to present a budget and estimates to the Legislative Assembly if they have not already been presented. This allows a modest amount of additional time to present a budget and fiscal plan as well as the estimates. Honourable Speaker, for consistency, the same up to 150-day provision will also apply when there is a delay in the constitution of a final government following an election. This would apply in cases where the first government after an election is replaced, so that the period of up to 150 days for tabling a budget is available to both the first as well as an immediately subsequent government constituted after an election, like we saw in 2017. The amendments extend the release dates for a quarterly report up to 60 days from the current 30 days, if that report is to be included with a budget and estimates presented with 60 days. This change will maintain the current practice of including the third quarterly report with the budget, even though the budget and estimates are being presented by April 30th following an October election date. With October election dates, it is possible that the second and third quarterly reports may not be required to be made public by their due dates due to the exemptions available under the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act. Honourable Speaker, we recognize the importance of timely fiscal updates and reporting. With these amendments, we are now introducing a new rule that requires a post-election government to make public a report that provides a fiscal update within 90 days after the final cabinet is sworn in following the general election. The Financial Administration Act is proposed to be amended to complement the proposed amendments to the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act. First, Honourable Speaker, the amendment extends the available special warrant spending authority while the Legislature is not in session during an election year to 150 days from 120 days after the constitution of a new government. The amendment also extends special warrant spending authority into a new fiscal year until the date that the main estimates for next fiscal year are presented in accordance with the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act, plus an additional approximately half a month to allow time for a new supply bill to be enacted for that fiscal year. Again, the special warrant spending authority would only apply after general elections where the budget and estimates for the new fiscal year are presented very close to or after the start of the new fiscal year, and where a supply act has not been enacted for the new year before April 1st, or when there are unforeseen circumstances. Honourable Speaker, the proposed amendment limits the amount of spending authority to a portion of the voted appropriations of the previous fiscal year. It is not intended to provide for new program spending, but rather to provide for continuation of the operations of government until a Supply Act can be passed by the Legislative Assembly. Any spending authorized by these special warrants will be fully and transparently included in the final Supply Act approved by the Legislative Assembly, and it will also be debated as part of the Committee of Supply. Honourable Speaker, the amendments to the Homeowner Grant Act are the first step in ensuring that the province will meet its commitment to centralize the Homeowner Grant Program as included in Budget 2020. The amendments to the Homeowner Grant Act will remove the burden from the municipalities of processing homeowner grant applications. Beginning in 2021, all applications, including retroactive applications, will be made directly to the province. These amendments respond to concerns raised by municipalities and do not change the eligibility criteria for the grant. And with that, Honourable Speaker, I look forward to additional debate here in the House. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations again. Also want to congratulate the Minister on her appointment. I'm also honoured to be appointed as the finance critic during such a time when scrutiny and accountability of government spending and government plans is going to be so important and so paramount. As this is the first time I'm rising after the election, I hope the House will indulge me. As kind of practice, I just want to start by thanking a few people. First start by thanking the people of Peace River South who have instilled their faith in electing me again to represent them, represent their issues and their concerns here in Victoria. I also want to thank my outgoing constituency assistant, Terry Kettner, for the amazing work that she's done representing and helping the people of Peace River South over the last 4 years in the riding. She did an amazing job. We formed such a great friendship, supporting each other as well, and we'll miss her in the office, as I'm sure the people in the community will as well that came forward and asked for her help and our help in the office. With that, I'll welcome as well Shauna Clay, who is going to be my new assistant in the office going forward. I'm looking forward to working with her as we continue to represent the people in the South Peace. Finally, on my thank yous for now, I want to thank all my friends and family who have supported me through all of the years, be about 15, 16 years now as an elected official. And I wish to thank all of them for their support and their grace, especially my wife, Valerie, of almost 30 years, who's put up with me and all my travels away from home as I represent the area. So I'm glad to be rising in the House today, Honourable Speaker. I think it's important that we continue this discussion on the bill. The ministers presented the bill, put it on the House here. We didn't hear a lot of details, but I know we'll have a chance when we get to committee stage to digest some of the actual wording within the bill, ask some very paramount, important questions that we will have on behalf of the people here in British Columbia. Because, frankly, Honourable Speaker, the bill that's put in front of us doesn't have a lot of substance. But what it does have, obviously, is an expectation from the people of British Columbia that this government actually do their job, the job that they have been elected to do. The main expectation of government is to be open and transparent. It's to ensure that they're reporting to the people of British Columbia the financial state of government, the plans that government has going forward. In fact, Honourable Speaker, the main portion that they're changing, ironically, is called the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act. Now, normally I'd say that's perfectly named, but unfortunately what this bill is doing is actually taking away a lot of that transparency and accountability that people are asking for now, especially in the midst of an unprecedented pandemic. People need help. People need answers. People need a plan. The bill before us today, though, is offering nothing but a delay in what people are asking for from this government, which is that help. The government is actually saying that they are not going to come forward with a plan and with what the future will look like for the people of British Columbia now until next April. The problem with that, Honourable Speaker, is people need to know now. People have expectations. This actually could end up being the longest period that we've gone without a fiscal update or a plan from a government since, well, I'll let you guess, Honourable Speaker, since the last time the NDP were in government in the 1990s. It's unacceptable. People expect this now. When I read through the bill, and frankly it was quite easy to read through if people choose to do it because it's only 4 pages long, not a lot of substance in there, but the only thing we see in this bill for the most part, Honourable Speaker, is that it benefits the NDP. It benefits the NDP government. I see nowhere in this bill where it really benefits the people of British Columbia, which is what we want to see. This bill, unfortunately, is limiting the amount of accountability and transparency that the bill's supposed to actually be bringing to this House. It's actually limiting it. It's extending the time where government has to actually be accountable to the people of British Columbia. I'll talk about that a little bit further on. But we're at a time right now, Honourable Speaker, where people are demanding for more transparency from their governments. They expect more transparency and accountability of their elected officials. We are at a point here, after a snap election, where government has called us back during the height of a pandemic, during the crisis that we're hearing and the expectations from people all over British Columbia that are looking for help. They call us back to the legislature, and the one bill looks like the only bill that they're going to bring forward is to actually give them more time to hide, more time to not be accountable to the people of British Columbia. Of all the things that are going on right now in the province of British Columbia, this should be one of the last things that's brought to this House. People need to know what's going on. We want to know what the fiscal situation is for the people here in British Columbia. They deserve that. The taxpayers of BC deserve to know what's happening. Now, we know we're in the midst of a pandemic. I'll talk about some of the financial issues afterwards. But let's talk about what's most important, which is talking to, listening to, and understanding the concerns of the people of the province of British Columbia right now. Not hiding away from the responsibility that is expected of a government. So we're less than 3 weeks away from Christmas. We're a few weeks away from a holiday season where most of the time, in most years, it's been a time of celebration. It's been a time for family. It's been a time to get together and a time to celebrate. Celebrate the year that passed and welcome in the future. Welcome in what's exciting for the next year. It should be a time of comfort for so many people in the province. Look, we all recognize that it's going to look different this year. We understand the challenges of making sure people stay safe. We support recommendations that are put forward to ensure we can do our very best to slow down the COVID-19 outbreak here in the province so we can get back to whatever normal will be in the province and work together. We know it's going to look different. This government has been asking the people of British Columbia to make sacrifices for the greater good. And with that, the people of BC have been asking government for a plan. That's all they want. People have been willing to make these sacrifices that have been asked of them, but they want to know what's on the other side. What is the plan that government's put forward so if people know there's an end? They want to see government offering solutions. They want a government that's offering hope. And more importantly, people are expecting a government to offer a plan, a clear plan, and a vision of how we're going to get through this and how we'll get through this together. We know that for 2020, this has probably been one of the hardest years in many generations for many people. One of the worst years a lot of people have ever gone through. And I know many people are thinking, thank God 2020 is almost over and we'll get to 2021. This has been a tough year. Many people have lost family members. They've lost loved ones. I know everybody in this house, all of us, support those grieving, and we send our prayers to those who have lost loved ones. There's also so many people who have lost their jobs they had that were supporting their families. Many businesses have had to close. People have lost their dreams, the dreams of owning a small business, seeing it grow, employing people, and they've seen those dreams shattered. We truly feel for all those that have been affected by this pandemic. But the fear I'm hearing from many people, Honourable Speaker, is that government has not provided any hope. They've not provided any plan. People are wondering if 2021 is actually going to be better than 2020 under this government. Where is the plan? Where is the end? Where are the true supports that the people of British Columbia need to help get through this crisis? Unfortunately, this holiday season, all the government has to offer British Columbians is the assurance that help if it's coming at all, will now be delayed by a few more months. It'll be further away before people know what's going on. Again, the people of the province, everybody deserves more than this from the government. People need to know what the plan is. They want to know where and when and how help will be coming, what those supports will be. And it's our responsibility as this House, and it's government's responsibility as the leading body here to give people hope. They had an opportunity calling this House back to do that, Honourable Speaker. But instead, it's a bill in front of us, unfortunately, just to delay what needs to be done. I recognize and acknowledge that we have a new minister, and again, congratulate her on her role. As the official opposition, though, our job is tasked with holding the government, the minister to account, to ensure they're doing their best on behalf of the people of British Columbia and that they are serving the interests of the people of this province. It's no surprise to anybody here, to any elected official, or to anybody actually in British Columbia that people need help now. We all know that. In fact, they needed our help months ago. Unfortunately, instead of that help coming, government chose to call a self-serving election instead. The people now have to wait for a minister to put together a plan, to put together a budget, right in the middle of a crisis. They don't need delays right now, Honourable Speaker. The people of British Columbia need leadership. They need a government that understands that there actually is a crisis and what people are saying. They need to hear those issues and address them here in the legislature. They need those supports now, not next April when a budget will be presented. We need to do everything in our power as elected officials, whether it's government or opposition, to bring those supports out now, to have those helping hands out for people who genuinely need it and truly need it right now. No surprise to the minister, obviously we'll be raising some questions and concerns around the bill later on, not only during the debate, as we hear from a multitude of other critics from our side of the House that are going to stand up with their concerns and comments of what they've heard, but also during committee stage when we get into some of the actual lines of the bill to clarify what it actually means, because the bill does not have any detail. It does not have any information. The only information we have right now is the minister has presented a bill And a few ministers and the Premier have gone out in front of the media and said, guess what, we have a one-time payment coming to help you out. You better be careful how you ration that, though, because it's a one-time payment and we're not going to do anything else for you. You're not going to know what the plans are now until next April if this bill passes. Now, I'll talk a little bit about that afterwards, Honourable Speaker, as well. Because as the Minister puts this bill forward, as we know in the House, and as the public will find out, it comes with a supplementary bill, which is going to allow the government to have more money. Money they're asking for now to come good on a last-minute election ploy that just came out during the campaign. We've seen the supplemental estimates where the Premier and the Minister are asking for another $2 billion. Putting that in context, that's going to be putting us close to $15 billion deficit that we know of. And I say that we know of because we never did get a Q2 report from this government because there was an election called and we never got into the process that past governments used to always put out in the fall, so the public knew when and how their money was being spent and what the fiscal state of the province was. Instead, in the middle of a campaign, a snap election that the NDP called, the Premier stands up and announces that everybody's going to get $1,000. At the time, he said everybody was going to get $1,000. Direct deposit, don't worry, it'll be in your bank account by Christmas. Vote for us. The results of the election, obviously, are obvious. What's also obvious, Honourable Speaker, is how election promises by this government seem to change after they get elected. It's no longer $1,000, it's direct deposit in your bank account. It's now $500 if you apply, if you qualify. I'll talk about some of that after, Honourable Speaker, because that's more around the financial part of the supplemental bill. But I also find it interesting at the same time, actually, that they took the opportunity to say, we only need 1.4 to 1.7 billion to come good on this election ploy that we had to buy votes. But we're actually asking for 2 billion with, again, no detail at all of why they need that money or where that money is going to go on behalf of the people of British Columbia. The SUP bill is literally one page long, saying, please trust us, please give us $2 billion. What scares me when I look at actual Bill 3, Honourable Speaker, is, and yes, they're asking for more money, but they're also, again, asking for a delay in the accountability of how they spend that money. There's no transparency in that. What it shows me, and it probably shows most people in British Columbia, that this government has no plan. And this should not be a surprise to anyone. Have they had a plan at all? I don't know. I have yet to see any kind of fiscal, economic growth plan from this government that's substantial, that will actually work and help the province grow. The only thing I saw was in the middle of an election campaign, the Premier stand up and say that he needed to announce $1,000 for everybody in their bank accounts because he needed something to counter the BC Liberals' proposal of removing PST for 1 year to help the people of British Columbia, put money back into people's pockets to help spark investment, to give some confidence, and to actually help small business in any way possible. You know, issues around that, you know, we're going to raise some of those during the debate and during the estimates. However, it's important to mention the fact that the eligibility, again, on this will be based on 2019 criteria. Before we were even talking about, before anybody even had a name for COVID-19 or this world pandemic and crisis we're in, the government is putting forward now this, I would say, weird proposal that we're going to base your eligibility on a time in space where there was actually people were working. Some people were working. And they might have lost their jobs afterwards. I'll give some examples of that afterwards. But to base it on that time comes in complete contrast of what the minister and what the premier said, not only during the election but afterwards, that this money was to go into the pockets to help people that were affected, truly affected by COVID-19, who maybe lost their jobs, businesses suffering. This isn't going to do that for so many people. So for the government to stand up and say it will is just wrong. We have a chance right now, while the House is sitting, to actually talk about and for government to bring forward ideas and supports for what we are hearing right now. People that are pleading for help. What about the hospitality sector that's in crisis? What about the tourism sector that was, for most part, abandoned by the NDP government this year? What about the seniors that are pleading for help right now? What about the teachers that are asking for more supports? Or the frontline healthcare workers who need help? People are suffering right now during this pandemic and are reaching out to government for answers. They're not asking government to delay responsibility and transparency. They are saying, look, all three parties from what we saw prior to this call of a snap election were working together. We all recognized that this was unique times. These were times where we needed to roll up our sleeves, put partisan politics aside, work together for the people of British Columbia. All three parties in this House did that. We knew it was the right thing to do. What we didn't agree to was right in the middle of all of that work together, government calling a snap election. At the same time, they're saying how great it is we're working together, but let's call an election and put partisan politics behind us. Sounds a little contrarian. Sounds a little odd to me how those go together. Again, people are asking for supports now. So many people were saying, good, get that election out of the way. We didn't want it anyway, a lot of people, but they're calling the House back. Let's see some substance. Let's see how we're going to be actually rolling up our sleeves again to put programs together, to put ideas together, to put a plan together for the people of British Columbia who are asking for it and who need it now. Now, this bill was put in front of us asking for a delay in when the minister has to respond and come forward to this House, which means coming forward to the public with a proposed budget for next year. What makes it interesting for me, listening to the minister when she presented the bill today, I'll have to go back and double check Hansard, but it sure sounded darn familiar, Honourable Speaker, because last year we sat in this House with then Finance Minister Carol James, who read out almost the exact same speech that said we need to change the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act to give government, whether it's us or another government, time in the future, after an election, an extra 30 days. Give them time because this government changed the election cycle from being in the spring to being in the fall. And they wanted to change this act to give them or any new government that extra 30 days to be able to present the budget in the House instead of the third week of February, which it normally has been. When that bill was put forward, they said, we're doing this because we might need extra time after an election. We may need a little bit of extra time instead of the third week of February. So asked this House to support that legislation to give them that little bit extra time that they said they needed in case, just in case, ironically, there was an snap election called in the fall, which they said they had no idea they were going to do, ironically, and did it right afterwards. But the problem, Honourable Speaker, is we just heard the minister now come forward and say, I guess that wasn't good enough. So this is not a new government. These are the same people. It's the same NDP. I'm going to assume that a lot of the same bureaucrats, well-trained, versed bureaucrats within the ministry and within government. I don't see what's changed here. The only thing that I see changing is that government's saying, give us another 30 days where we don't have to be accountable to the public of how we're spending our money. Again, it's not a new government. And I'm sure if the House was full right now, they'd be applauding at that, but they're not here. But my question is, why do they need more time? Again, I do find it quite a coincidence that the government, the NDP government, put forward the original bill to change the Transparency Act right before a snap election that came forward in September, just a month or two later. That could be a whole other speech on its own, so I don't know how much time I have, so I probably won't get into that topic today. Yeah, I have lots of time, good to know. But how is that fair, Honourable Speaker, to the millions of people in British Columbia that want answers and that need help, more importantly? So this government, again, passed legislation to give them until the end of March, instead of the third week of February, to introduce a budget. So now, that's not good enough. 6 months ago, not even 6 months ago, that was more than good enough. We need 30 days just in case. Now they're in the House today. This is the most important piece of legislation that they could bring forward in the middle of a pandemic, mind you. The most important thing that we have to discuss and debate right now in this House is how do we look at a bill that they just passed 6 months ago. I keep saying 6 months because it seems like it was probably only 4. Yeah, it feels like an eternity ago. Thank you to the leader of the Green Party. You are correct. It does feel like that sometimes with this government. But of all the things to bring forward, a delay? Really? I would have expected the minister to stand up in the House in her opening comments, the chance that she had to speak to this bill before we get to committee stage, maybe she'll do it in closing comments, to actually justify this. To actually say, look, we understand we're in a crisis, but we need this extra time, and this is why, and this is how it's going to benefit the people of British Columbia, and this is what we're going to do for you. There's none of that in the bill. There was none of that in the opening remarks. Everything so far is, well, don't know what I'm doing yet, so give me an extra 30 days to figure it out. How do we say that with a straight face to the people of British Columbia that are losing their jobs? That we're going into Christmas and businesses don't know if they're going to be able to reopen January 1st, if they're even lucky to get people through their doors right now. People who are suffering right now with the mental anguish and separation from their loved ones, that are making those sacrifices because of this pandemic to try to figure out how to get to the other side so we can get back to what we enjoy, which is being with our friends, our families, and our loved ones. Of all the things to debate, it's this? I don't understand in the midst of all this why we would be debating and having to bring forward an only bill that's about delay, delay, delay. Again, this is not a new government. There's nothing new. I don't think there's any surprises that are going on. If there are surprises, that's because we're not listening. Because people are speaking loud and clear, Honourable Speaker, of what some of the challenges are. So I think it's really important that we listen. And Honourable Speaker, I see the lights come on. I forgot to mention that I will be the designated speaker. Thank you very much. If I was and I used to be, if I was a minister on that side of the House right now, I know I'd be at the cabinet table banging my fists wondering what the heck is going on. I, as a minister, would be hearing loud and clear right now from people in the public, whatever ministry you have. You'd be hearing from people in those sectors saying, we can't wait. We need help now. As a minister of the Crown, it's your duty and responsibility to go to that cabinet table and say, this is unacceptable. We need to give answers. We need support, not a one-time $500 payment. We need to look at a plan to rebuild our economy. We need a plan to have supports for people who need it. But there's also so many other sectors out there that have their own deadlines and expectations from government, where we ask them to bring forward their plans and their budgets by February or March to show to us. Well, now, how do they do that? They don't even know what they're going to be getting. How does a school district put together their budget now for next year when they won't even know until after they have to present their budget if they're getting more, less, what the expectations will be? Again, I sure hope, as we go through this debate, that the other ministers and the other members on that side of the House in government are going to be standing up and actually saying what they have done to make sure that they get those supports out right away. Now, we know they're probably going to all stand up, obviously, and support a bill to delay the transparency and delay the answers. But that's not fair to the different sectors, to the people in the province. Again, Honourable Speaker, we could have, if we were going to bring this House back together in the height of a pandemic, which I know a lot of people right now are shaking their head at, with all of the restrictions around travel, around being close to people, that government would call this House back, I'm sure people would have looked at this and said, you know what? It's important to call it back if we're going to be actually having those hard multi-party discussions of how we're going to help people. How we're actually going to roll up our sleeves again and bring forward those supports that people need. Not put a bill forward that dodges and weaves and hides from the exact things that people are asking for, which is accountability and a plan from this government. This legislation, when I read through it again, Honourable Speaker, the only people I see it helping is the NDP. It's delaying the chance for them to actually respond to the people of British Columbia of what the fiscal state is here in the province. And I'm sure as the ministers across heckle, maybe they know what the fiscal plan is. Maybe they should be telling people. Maybe they should be letting the people of British Columbia know the financial state of the province. It's their responsibility. Their first piece of legislation and the only piece this session, and this is what they come up with. Look, we know that people are being hit hard from this pandemic. One of the worst pandemics in a few generations. I don't think anybody in this House is going to argue that, Honourable Speaker. But what we will argue is that it is completely wrong for government not to be accountable and transparent of what they're doing with the tax dollars for the people of British Columbia, and why they're not putting forward a legitimate plan to support people. What the government is putting forward is that they want absolute authority just to delay the budgets and to be able to spend without scrutiny for the next few months, without any accountability of that, and without any reporting of what they plan on doing for the people of British Columbia. Again, all of us, not just this House, the people of BC deserve better. We should have actually just been finishing a fall session. We could have had 2.5 months of continued discussion, debate, and support together in this House to help the people in British Columbia. In fact, all two parties, I know the BC Liberal Party and the Green Party, for the most part, assumed that's where we were going. Because we had agreed to that we had agreed that we would work together to help the people of British Columbia through these difficult times. Instead, Honourable Speaker, we had to put everything on hold for the last 2 months while the NDP decided to call an unnecessary snap election. Self-serving, I should say. I guess they looked at the polls, knew what the outcome would be. Don't worry about it, everybody who's suffering out there. This is about making sure we secure our majority government for the next 4 years, and then we'll get back to not having a plan and trying to figure it out. When you look at this delay, again, that they're asking for, and the way this government is putting budget delays forward, this brings us right back, and I hate to use the 90s approach of budgeting, but this is not how it's been done for the last 20 years. And again, the question is why? What's changed? What's the difference? There is none. There's no surprises. The only surprise, again, was an election being called that nobody was expecting. But as far as the economic state over the last 2 months, well, we all know what that is. As far as the people who are needing supports, well, we all know what that is. So why do we need more time? The cynic in me, or the critic in me, would say we need this more time because this government still does not have a plan. They continue to come to this House and ask for more money with a trust us approach, but at the same time are unwilling to say where the money's going, how they're spending that money, and have any substantive reporting that shows it's actually benefiting people who need it. All we're seeing, Honourable Speaker, is the NDP are digging and digging a huge financial hole for this province. And what did they do? They called legislation back to ask for more shovels. That's what they've done. Ironically, this all comes on the heels of the Premier saying we're going to put politics behind us. This is going to allow government to operate more effectively during a pandemic, I believe was kind of one of his quotes. In fact, one of his exact quotes from the Premier, quote, I'm grateful for all British Columbians that we've put the election behind us so we can get back to focusing on the things that matter to most of us. In the same breath, he talked about how we were working together and there was no politics. So I'm trying to figure out which it was. If we were all working together and there was no politics, why did we need the election? And then to have the election and win a majority government and say, thank God we did that, we can now put politics behind us. Sorry, Mr. Premier, you can't have it both ways. It just shows that it was a self-serving call to have an election, and truly, unfortunately, it was all about politics, rather than the people of British Columbia. It also is becoming very apparent and very clear to everybody that the election did nothing of the sort to stop any of the negative long-term implications. It did nothing to help affect the daily lives of people right now in our province that are suffering. In fact, all it did was delayed again. Let me remind the government, you know, it's great to come forward with this supplemental portion of this bill asking for more money to try to make good on an election ploy to get reelected. But at the same time, where's the rent supports that were promised for people? I haven't seen those. How come some frontline workers are still waiting for their pandemic pay that was promised to them? Don't even know if we want to get into the debate about the $400 rebate that was promised, and I think promised again, but yet we see nothing to actually help people. 3 times lucky. Yeah, three times a charm, maybe? I don't know. That means we're still waiting regardless. Honourable Speaker, look, we know that budgets take a lot of work. We know there's a lot of prep that goes into that. We have members on this side of the House who sat in that finance minister seat. We were able to put together 5 consecutive balanced budgets because a lot of work that goes in to ensure that we have the right budgets put forward that are going to benefit the people of British Columbia. And through that whole time of putting budgets together on time, we also ensured that we were reporting to the people of British Columbia their money, where it was going, how it was being spent, and to have that discussion of how we do that. I'm not arguing that care shouldn't be taken to put the budget together. Of course it needs to. We're talking about the financial state for the province here. I encourage and implore the government to get it right. Of course that's what we want to see. And again, though, this bill is about delaying what should be done. And again, it's not a new government. I think I've said that a few times because I think it's important to stress that things have not changed. The only thing that's really changed is people that were waiting for hope and waiting for support are now just going to have to wait longer, which again is unacceptable. Unless the minister stands up and contradicts me on this, they're not starting from square one. We're not reinventing the wheel here. Budgets have been done before. People have put them together. People have presented them here in the House on time. So why the need for the delay? Especially in a time, a very difficult time, where people again are asking for help. Remember, this is their job. This is the job they asked to have. So it's their job to do, Honourable Speaker. More importantly, they need to do it because the people of British Columbia deserve it, and deserve it now. There's an expectation, there's some anxiety, and we need to give people an understanding and a hope of what we're doing. So again, I think last summer, again, to describe the changes that were made, just to put this again back into context, last year when then Finance Minister Carol James was putting the budget together, she said at this time, and again, this is only a few months ago, the Finance Minister, when she asked for an extra 30 days after an election, if one was to be called, no foreshadowing at all was in that bill when it came forward, but just in case an election was called in the fall, soon we need an extra 30 days. And the minister at the time was quoted to saying, "These changes will allow more than sufficient time for due diligence to be done by all our good public servants who work for all of us in British Columbia," end quote. So again, I'm asking what's changed. Just a few months ago, the finance minister, who I have a lot of respect for, held that seat with incredible class and dignity. And she stood up in this House and said that 30 days extra, please approve this. This will be more than enough time for what we need going forward to do the due diligence that's required to present a proper budget in this House after an election if one was to be called. That was just a few months ago. I'm hoping the minister again can stand up and tell us what's changed other than the election, what's changed, especially when the Premier said, don't worry, nothing will change because we've called an election. Work will continue. People's supports will still be there. Nothing will change. They win the election. One of the first bill to hit the floor is, oops, things changed, I guess. We're not going to tell you what it is, but we need more time to get our act together. If the minister truly expects this side of the House to support her bill, I would have expected this bill to have more information, for the minister to be more forthright and explain why this extra time is needed, why more money than what we thought was needed, and more importantly, what the impacts will also be because of that delay. I'm sure and I hope the Premier and the Minister and Cabinet have sat down and had numerous consultation calls around the province to say, we're considering delaying the budget, and how will that impact you? We need to know. Because it's going to impact people. It's going to impact a lot of sectors. And back to my previous comments, we know it's going to negatively affect people. So I sure hope ministers have been speaking up in the cabinet table saying we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't delay, we need to get supports out there now. But unfortunately, Honourable Speaker, don't know if we'll hear that, but I sure hope we do. I think the main part, though, is this delay that government is asking for. The concern that I have, and I know so many people have, in the middle of this crisis, is it's going to just perpetuate the uncertainty that we have right now in the province for people's lives, their futures, for investment. Again, we had a chance to be here right now today with a plan in front of us that this government could have put forward, that everybody could have looked at and supported to help people. That's what I thought we were going to be doing when we showed up here in the legislature in the middle and the height of a second wave of pandemic, that we would be discussing the genuine concerns and that we're hearing from people and how we're going to support them. Interestingly, what I heard yesterday, though, from the minister was kind of to the point where I think it just confirms the fact there's no plan, because what we heard from the minister yesterday is, don't worry, next year, we're going to go out and do some consulting. Next year, we're going to go out and consult with people to see what their concerns are and how we can help. Really? What have you been doing for the last year? Please tell me it's not just the opposition that's been hearing from people of British Columbia of their concerns and the challenges that they're facing. And if they are, we've got bigger problems in government. This government has not put forward a plan. That needs to be addressed. They have the opportunity to call this House back at any time. But now we've got a bill saying, don't fret, everybody. We might not even call the House back maybe until next April. We know we gave up on the fall session, and now we're going to delay even longer before we come here. Let's turn our minds then to the next budget. Look, I support and I hope this government, and I encourage this government to put forward a good budget, a good plan, something that's actually going to be helping the most vulnerable people in British Columbia, the people who have lost their jobs because of this pandemic, those who have lost loved ones, who need support, those who have businesses that are on the verge of bankruptcy. That's what I'd like to see. That's what the people of BC would like to see. But instead, we don't know. Government's put a bill forward to not have to tell us, to not have to show us what they're going to do for a few more months. I don't know how, in good conscience, we can stand in this House and support a bill that's going to tell people in British Columbia that your concerns really don't matter and we're willing to wait. That's not good enough. People right now, and I hope government recognizes this, 30 days as was kind of mentioned earlier, can feel like an eternity in the middle of a crisis, when people don't know if they're going to have a job, and if they have a job, are they going to keep their job? If they have their loved ones close by, how much longer are they going to be able to see them? If they're not able to see them, when will they be able to see them? These are some of the heartstring issues that we're hearing about, that we need to deal with. We have exhausted frontline workers out there asking for more support. We've had delays in our long-term care homes for people to get in and out because of the challenges of COVID. We've got struggling small businesses, families who have lost a good portion, in some cases all, of their income and are looking for help. So that brings me to the supplemental portion that the minister brought forward, asking for another $2 billion for this House. Just trying to find the amendment in front of me. So $2 billion. Some of the questions we're going to have again is, so first of all, why $2 billion? The minister has stood up even as early as yesterday and said they'll need anywhere between 1.4 to 1.7 billion to roll out this support, they say, for people in suffering under this COVID crisis after their election promise that they're trying to make good on. So we're going to have lots of questions about that. And let me make it very clear. Our side of the House completely, 100% supports anything right now that this government is going to put forward that is genuinely and truly going to help people who are in crisis that need it now. We were working on that before the election. I think we were making some headway at that before the election. In fact, all three parties stood in this House when government came forward and said, we need $5 billion more to help people in the province of British Columbia. They didn't present much of a plan, but they said, trust us. We would like to have $5 billion more so we can go out and support people during this time of crisis. Of course, everybody in this House said, we need to do that. We need to look at this. And there was a lot of good faith presented, I think, by the other two parties outside of government, that that money was going to be going truthfully to help people in crisis, in need then. Even though the Premier said we're putting politics behind us and it had nothing to do with politics, I do find it ironic, though, that the government held on to $1.5 billion of that $5 billion that everybody approved in this House to announce a day or two before the election that they planned on rolling it out for a recovery plan, although people had been begging for it for months before. But let's just hold on to it until the timing's right because we're calling an election. But we still haven't seen the results of that. So we got $1.5 billion that the government has or had, because we don't know, we're waiting for the reporting of where that money went. But instead of a reporting of this is the value we got for that money, here's the people we helped, here's why it was important that we work together and approve this $5 billion. Instead, we've got crickets. We don't have any information. We have no plan with that. But trust us again and give us another $2 billion. Now again, of course we want to support the people who genuinely need help. But let's talk about this pandemic relief program for a minute that the minister has put forward. So we know it's 1.4 to 1.7. My assumption is, we know that they asked for more because they are broadening the scope of people they want to be able to help. I commend that. I applaud that if that's where it truly goes. We don't know why, and we'll ask later why it's now $2 billion, especially when 1.4, 1.7 is if, I assume the work was done by the civil servants. That's if absolutely every single person applies and receives the money. So I'd like to see the reporting come back afterwards of how many people actually did respond, apply, and receive that money. But go back to the point that was made earlier. I've heard the Premier say the reason why she put the criteria forward, that it's based on 2019 information, is because we don't want to wait for 2020 information. As a finance minister, maybe that sounds logical. From somebody in crisis, that does not. Give you some examples, and of course, I think we've all heard them. As I said, the Premier announced $1,000 will be deposited into everybody's bank account if you vote for the NDP. Well, they get in, and now it's $500 a person. $500 a person only if you apply. $500 a person only if you meet the criteria based on what you made in 2019. So wrap your heads around this for a second. Before anybody knew again about COVID-19, before the term was invented, before we had a pandemic, before people were losing their jobs in crisis because of this pandemic, many people were working. Maybe an oil and gas worker up in my riding was out working on a pipeline, making $80,000, $90,000 a year as an individual, okay living, putting food on the table, paying his truck payment, maybe even a mortgage on a house, maybe hoping for that family someday that he'd have. COVID hits us, and February, March, he loses his job. For the last 7 months, he's been unemployed. For the last 7 months, he's been wondering, when's the end? Am I going to be able to keep my house that I just bought? Am I going to make that truck payment? Can I even put food on the table? Can I afford Christmas presents for people in my family? How excited was he when the NDP said, vote for me and I'll give you $1,000? How shocked was he when he found out, wow, last year when I was making money, that was fine. I've been unemployed now for almost an entire year, and this government says I don't qualify. I was 100% affected, impacted, and hurt because of COVID-19, which we say that this money is supposed to go help people that were affected, but yet it's based on a time when this was not even discussed. How is that actually going to help people? Now, sure, there are people who were struggling last year, who are continually struggling and still struggling, that it will help. And we support that. But to come to this House and say, give us $2 billion to help a bunch of people that need it, with, again, no real substantive plan to show that it's going to get to those exact people who need it, I have problems with that. Now, I don't completely blame the minister for this, because they're making it up on the fly. It was an election promise just a month ago or so, and they have to figure out how to come good for that. It's probably something the civil servants weren't planning on doing. They didn't have a plan in place for this, but they were told after the election, man, we better figure out how to roll these checks out or get this money because we promised it if we got elected. Which, ironically, most of the other election promises they've done, I guess what they should have said is vote for us and we'll do it. Instead, they just kind of say they'll do it. But this one here, they said vote for us and we'll give it to you. And now they're trying to figure out how to make it happen. I do also find it interesting how they've put the criteria forward that it's means tested. That somebody, I'm curious to see if this will actually happen, that somebody making $175,000 a year can apply for COVID relief funding and you'll get $10. That will be interesting stats to see who actually does that. Because I'm sure most people making that kind of money will say, keep my $10 and give it to somebody who needs it. This is a bizarre program. how could we not have put something together that would genuinely put money into the pockets of people that need it right now, which would have put us back in a place like we were just 4 or 5 months ago, where all three parties would stand up here and support the initiatives and the ideas that government was trying to put forward if it was truly going to help people. Now, the minister has said 3.7 million people are eligible. I'm curious where that comes from, especially since we're hearing now with the criteria that so many people won't be eligible. But I assume under that 3.7 is the person that gets $10. So I understand where some of the numbers kind of sound good in a soundbite for the media, but will it actually be and genuinely be supports for the people in the province? You know, Honourable Speaker, we're going to have a lot of questions around this. I mean, obviously, the minister, who I appreciate, again, in her new role, will be listening to the concerns that people have brought forward, hoping that we'll actually hear some answers to those concerns. I look forward to committee stage, because in committee stage, we get to ask those tough questions and hopefully get some answers. I also look forward again to members on the other side of the House standing up and speaking to this bill and explaining to their constituents why, of all the things that could have been brought forward to the House right now, this is the most important, and why we're here and why I support this. I can only assume that government has put so much weight behind this being the most important thing that every single member on the government side will be standing up and speaking to it, cheering it on, toting it, and saying, yes, we don't have a plan, but trust us, you're going to get help. I assume that's what we're going to hear anyway. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But I do know, Honourable Speaker, that a lot of people on the opposition side of the House are going to stand up as critics in their respective roles to talk about what they are hearing. I know the ministers are hearing the same thing, so I hope they stand up and speak about what they're hearing and what they're going to do in the short term to help people. Not next April, now. Because our critics are going to stand up and do that. Because they're listening to people. They're hearing those concerns, and they're going to bring those concerns to the House. Because that's our job. It's government's job to be accountable and transparent with what they're doing, not put a bill on the floor that delays, I guess, the inevitable, but still delays it. To bring forward a $500 check. Let's remember, this is a one-time payout, one-time election payout for the NDP is this $500. We truly, from our hearts, hope that people apply for what they're entitled to, that people that need it, and that it genuinely goes to help them. They should have had it by Christmas. That was the promise. It sounds like it's going to be pretty tough now. When the minister announced you can't even start applying until the Friday before Christmas. And we'll see how well that works and rolls out. If it's anything like some of the pandemic pay for months and months that people are still waiting for, I'm not optimistic, but I hope it works. I hope it happens. But I think it's important to remember, Honourable Speaker, this is one time. One time with no plan for what it's going to look like afterwards for people that are struggling right now. I know I've heard from lots of groups that have said, look, we hate seeing government go into debt, but we understand that maybe there are times that we need to look at this. But we also want to know why and how it's happening and what are the outcomes and when's it going to end. Imagine being a person right now who's excited to hear about this $500, and it might help them pay a portion of their rent, because of course we know under the NDP in the last 3 years rents have skyrocketed and people are struggling and they never got their rent supports. But this money will go to help in whatever they choose. My ploy is, please don't just use it on Amazon, because that doesn't help anybody locally, but I'm afraid people will do that. There's no criteria that says that this money has to be spent locally, even though the minister said this is going to boost the economy, but there's nothing that says it has to. People get to choose to do with it with what they want. Again, that criteria is bizarre and odd if it's truly supposed to go to help people who have been affected, literally affected by COVID-19, financially impacted. Because I know I had some seniors call me that said to me, this is crazy. I'm on a fixed income. Before COVID-19 even happened, I was on a fixed income, and I made just enough to pay my bills. Come 2020, under COVID-19, guess what? I'm on that same fixed income. In fact, my pension went up a little bit. I'm still trying to get by, but ironically, my life was not actually financially impacted at all by COVID-19, but I'm going to qualify for $1,000 for the household or $500 a person, so thank you very much. I wasn't impacted, so I guess I'll take money from the NDP. Meanwhile, we have people who are genuinely impacted who are out there saying, what do you mean I don't qualify? What do you mean people that were not financially impacted will get money, and people who were losing their jobs, closing businesses, some of them won't get the financial support that's being touted by this government. Again, it's this last-minute approach to trying to come good on an election promise that concerns so many people. And again, I've heard from a lot of businesses out there, from different sectors, again, from tourism sector and others that are saying, hey, we don't want to take away from the individuals that are hurting. But there's also a bigger plan out there, because I've heard that if you're going to put another $2 billion to truly spark the economy, to truly help people in crisis, I've heard from a lot of people that said, don't give me the $500, give it to my boss in the small business who might have to shut their doors in January. I would far rather have a job for another 10 years working for this great little company than lose my job, but hey, get a $500 one-time payment from the NDP. I guarantee you, if the choice was a one-time payment or keeping a job, I know what people would choose. But again, they don't get that choice because there's no information and no plan put forward on how this money will really be distributed in a fair way to help the people who truly need it at this time. And that's all we're asking for, Honourable Speaker, on this side of the House. Government has an opportunity, again, to just be transparent, to be truthful, to tell us what their goals are and their plans are. We all deserve that. So again, looking forward to the minister giving us those answers. Because again, many of our critics and people on this side of the House are going to want specific answers on behalf of the sectors that they are listening to and representing as critics. I know shortly after myself, the leader of the Green Party, which, by the way, my first public chance to congratulate her in her role and re-election as well, I'm sure has some opinions on this. I look forward to hearing from them. I also look forward, where possible, to continuing to work together. It shouldn't always necessarily take a crisis for that to happen, but we have seen that when we work together, that we continue to do better for the people of British Columbia when that can work. But there are times, especially as an official opposition of the Crown, where we have to stand up and say this isn't good enough. We can't work with this because you could do better as a government, that you should have planned, you should have had more supports, you should have been more transparent so we can support it. And more importantly, so the people of British Columbia know what to expect from their government. Honourable Speaker, I'm just going to end my remarks by saying, on behalf of this side of the House, again, everyone's going to get up and speak that chooses to, but I want to give our heartfelt thanks to all of the people who are working so hard during this pandemic, and a lot of times not with the supports that they need. Our hearts go out to people, again, who have lost family members this year due to this COVID crisis. Our hearts also go out to the people who feel isolated, who feel stuck at home, who are doing their part, they hope, to put an end to this. To put some kind of shining light, hopefully, going into 2021, that things will be better. We all want that. And as an opposition, all we're asking of government is to do their job, to bring forward that hope, not a one-time payment only, to bring forward some ideas, to bring forward a plan of how they're going to rebuild the economy, how they're going to ensure that we don't have more businesses closed in the new year, that we don't have more people suffering because of COVID, that we can get people back to seeing their families face to face, friends going out for a beer. That's what we want to see. We all want to see that. I commend and applaud the people that are making the sacrifices right now and not doing that to make sure we get through this as quickly as possible. And I thank them. And I will end by wishing all of you, all of them, and everyone a Merry Christmas, and hopefully a bright, new, prosperous 2021 where we can all work together, put this horrible 2020 COVID year behind us, and work together for a proper and great future for our kids and the next generations as we work together. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'll just start a little bit to speak about the bill that we're speaking to today, Bill 3, the Finance Statutes Amendment Act. So the bill amends the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act to allow additional time for the budget and estimates development process. The amendments provide the budget and estimates will be tabled by April 30th, or 150 days after the designated date following the general election. And as my colleague from Peace River South pointed out in his comments, this is a further extension to what already passed in the summer session that we had. So it adds an additional 30 days to the extension that was passed in a bill earlier this year. It also provides for extensions to release dates for quarterly reports in a fiscal year where there is a general election. And it proposes amendments to the Financial Administration Act, making more funding available should a Supply Act not be enacted by the start of a new fiscal year and would only apply to address election year schedule impacts. However, I did hear the Minister also mention unforeseen circumstances. And I think that yes, indeed, we will be canvassing what exactly unforeseen circumstances could apply to. And I think that it does raise questions about having vague or ambiguous language in a bill as serious as this about changes to how budgets are presented and timelines. And what we would really want to see, and I expect our colleagues in the official opposition would also want to know, is exactly what unforeseen circumstances could mean. Finally, the bill includes some amendments to the Homeowner Grant Act, centralizing homeowner grant plan administration as planned for in Budget 2020. And just as my colleague from Peace River South has pointed out, there will be a lot of questions in committee stage, and we are also unclear why the government needs yet another extension after an election to prepare the budget beyond what was already provided earlier in this year. And I think that the words transparency and accountability are certainly key in our response as well to this bill. As a historian, there is a general historical trend that we can look at where governments can respond to unforeseen circumstances, to emergencies, to crises in ways that further cement power in the hands of governments and that reduce transparency and accountability. And in a moment of crisis, and when we're in an emergency, absolutely citizens tend to look to their governments and say, we want you to act. We want you to act with speed and haste, and we want you to address this emergency because we're all in crisis. And that's absolutely what we should expect of governments in moments of crisis and emergency. What we should not accept is governments using those moments of crisis and emergency to extend that capacity for decision-making that is less transparent and less accountable beyond a moment of crisis or emergency. And my concern with this bill, as there were concerns with bills that came forward in the summer responding to COVID, is that there was an extension of these kinds of powers beyond the moment of emergency that we're in. And I think that as legislators and as people in service to this province and this institution, these are questions that we need to be asking at a time like this. I'm going to follow up a little bit on the comments from the member for Peace River South about what people may have been expecting from this very short session that we're having right now. And I think that he made some very important comments about, I think people were probably expecting us to be very much focused on the urgent needs that people and small businesses have in this moment that we're in. And we know that this is a very significant moment of crisis for a lot of people in this province right now. And I do echo his concerns about a bill coming forward that really is about, well, the government's having a hard time and we need a bit of extra time to get our budget in order, so we need an additional 30 days beyond what we've already got. I think of a business owner in Cowichan whose business didn't make it through the first wave of COVID. And this was a foundational business with sports traders in Duncan. And so this was where families go when you have to go stock up on kids' sports supplies and be able to get them affordably. And he had been serving the community for a very long time. But the business didn't make it, obviously, because of many, many circumstances, including a lot of sports were stopped and continue not to be underway now. And he had a lot of bills, but he has outstanding PST bills right now. And he's having a really hard time getting the finance department folks to recognize that he simply doesn't have the funds right now, and he's asking for a longer extension to be able to pay these PST costs. And I think that that's something we could be talking about. How are we going to help the people who lost their businesses this year? How are we going to find ways to grant them extensions so that they don't also lose their homes? But instead, we're talking about how do we give government more time to get their budget together. I think teachers may have expected that we would be talking about the circumstances that they've been facing this year, in this session that we're in. And when we're considering spending between $1.4 and $2 billion, teachers may have expected that they would hear something about ways to make their classrooms feel safer, ways to provide more capacity for social distancing in their classrooms. They may have expected that they would hear that the operational funding grants would be restored to what they were in 2019-2020, so that there would be some flexibility in the budgeting in a pandemic when teachers are having to deal with circumstances they can't even imagine, they couldn't have imagined a year ago. And I, like the member from Peace River South, I'm hearing from a lot of teachers. And it's not that to be able to put into an email the level of distress that a person is feeling, that I'm hearing from teachers, is astonishing. These emails move me to tears because they are talking about their own mental health impacts of being in classrooms and feeling like government isn't listening to what their experiences are. And so I think teachers might have expected that we would be talking about how are we going to provide them with the supports they need and the supports that students need, particularly students who aren't getting instructional hours if they're not in classrooms, because there aren't enough teachers to provide enough instructional hours for those students who are learning from home right now, because there's not enough funding. Or educational assistants who are operating in many different classrooms. Artists and artisans who just found out that even in outdoor markets, they won't be able to have their stalls for over this December season. We can still go to box stores, we can still go to grocery stores, we can still go to shopping malls, but we can't go and support our local artists and artisans anymore at our local markets outdoors. And this was the 1 month that Joe Fortin, who's a wood artisan in Cowichan, was hoping that sales at the Duncan Market would be enough to get him over his financial challenges for the rest of this year. And small businesses, my colleague from Saanich South and Saanich North and the Islands and I went out today at lunch. We met with Rene Gauthier. He has a company called Ecologist. He makes sustainable clothing, plastics free. We went to where the clothing's being made by people right here in Victoria, providing jobs and employment in manufacturing in Victoria, and to his shop on Government Street. And he hasn't qualified for any supports from government over this year. He's doing okay, although he has had to lay off some people in his shop. And one of the people who works in his shop, Dylan, said for him and his roommates, the biggest challenge is just paying bills, rent, groceries, ICBC, hydro. That they're just barely making it. And a lot of us can understand what it's like to know that if your next paycheck doesn't come, you're facing some pretty dire circumstances. So I think, I think that the member from Peace River South really raised a lot of really excellent points about what people might have anticipated from our time in this House, in this session. And the emphasis on a one-time payment to people, and absolutely, it will help people. It will help a lot of people. Not everybody who qualifies needs it, but it will help people. But it is one time. It will help people one time. And for a family of 4, $500, or even $1,000, that's a couple trips to the grocery store. And I just saw an article come out that we can anticipate a pretty significant increase in costs of groceries this year. And it brings to mind a line I heard recently, which is, we don't rise to the level of our goals, we fall to the level of our systems. And if we're in a place right now in the province where our systems are such that people are struggling to the extent they are, and that's exacerbated by COVID-19, then what we need to be looking at is how do we make our systems work better for people? And I think, as a member pointed out, to be asked to wait an additional now 60 days for a budget to come out in the spring, to be asked to wait an additional 60 days to hear whether we are going to see some of those significant systems changes that need to happen in this province, because we know that inequality is far too great. And that COVID-19 has just exacerbated that. So we need to know how we're going to address that. We need to know how to make conditions better for teachers and students. We need to know how we're going to support small and medium-sized enterprises, because they're the backbone of providing employment in our communities. I think it's disappointing that that's what we're talking about, is an additional 30 days on top of the already extended 30 days to the budget. And so I do hope we'll hear some more from the government side on this bill and from the members. I've appreciated the debate and discussions thus far, and I do like the part about all of us aspiring to do better, and that we can play this role. That it's not just about talking about where you're not doing good enough. That is the role of opposition. But it can also be about, here's how you can do better. And I do think that a lot of people felt very proud of what we achieved this year. And that we were doing well. We were showing what the best of democracy can be in Canada, in BC. And I hope that we can hold on to what we achieved and be able to work very hard to bring out the best in all of ourselves in this place. Because I think, again, in the times that we're in, with the many, many crises that we're facing in this province, that should be maybe the least that people can expect from us, that we are in service to. And so I look forward to hearing the rest of the comments and debate on this bill, and we will be canvassing many questions at the committee stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognizing the member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do look forward to participating in the debate today on second reading for Bill 3. Before I dive into the substantive comments I would like to make today, I do want to take this opportunity as my first moment on my feet here in the chamber since the recent provincial election to just congratulate everybody in this chamber on all sides for their election here, for the confidence that their communities have shown in them. I certainly am very appreciative and very thankful for the remarks that were just made by the leader of the third party, and agree with her that there is a tremendous opportunity in front of us to continue to pull the best out of each and every person in this chamber as we work together on behalf of all British Columbians on what is going to continue to be a very difficult, challenging road ahead, but one that is also full of promise, also full of tremendous opportunity, if indeed we do all work together. I want to thank my constituents back in Kamloops South Thompson for the trust that they have placed in me. I want to thank my loved ones at home, Chantel and the girls, and everyone that was so helpful in the recent campaign. Mr. Speaker, we are here today at a very important time in our province's history. We are and remain in the middle of a pandemic. And I want to acknowledge the incredible coming together of British Columbians, the sacrifices that have been made by so many people in every corner of this province as frontline healthcare workers have risked their lives to protect ours, as truck drivers and grocery store clerks have risked their lives to be there for us, as neighbors have looked after one another in a moment of crisis, as loved ones have come together, families and loved ones have come together to look after one another. I do believe that the coming together of all legislators in this body last February, March, and in a unanimous way, checking the partisan politics at the door and saying, we are going to put British Columbians first in our response to this pandemic, was the right thing to do. That was certainly one of my prouder moments in public service, was to be able to say I played a small part in that. And I think that we sent a signal to all British Columbians that in the midst of a pandemic, with all of that uncertainty, with the loss, with the sorrow, with the unknown that was in front of everyone, that it's absolutely the right place to start, is to check the partisan politics at the door and to work together. And that's certainly what I think was embodied by the Green Party, our caucus, and the government as well. Again, I acknowledge the tremendous contributions of frontline healthcare workers, nurses, doctors, and other professionals, social workers who have done extraordinary and very difficult, challenging work through this pandemic, dealing with a rise in homelessness, a rise in addiction, a rise in so many challenges that are faced by people and families in this province. I take my hat off to police and paramedics and firefighters, first responders, for doing what they have done. And indeed, by coming together, our province has fared better than most other jurisdictions. We do also have tremendous optimism, literally today, with an announcement that the first vaccine has been approved for use in Canada. And only moments ago, the public health community in British Columbia and the government announcing the details of a vaccine rollout plan. This is reason for optimism. But, Mr. Speaker, as I said a moment ago, there remains a long, arduous road ahead for many British Columbians. This is a time of pain and loss and sorrow for many of our friends and neighbors. The pandemic is taking its toll on British Columbians from a health perspective. It's taking its toll on British Columbians from a mental health perspective. The isolation that has been felt by so many, particularly seniors, has been significant. Parents who want to know if a school exposure in any way impacts their children and the classroom that their children are in. People and businesses that frankly have not been impacted in the same ways. It is not correct to say that we have all been in this together. This pandemic has impacted women much more dramatically and disproportionately than men. This pandemic has impacted businesses very differently. If you're Costco or Amazon, if you're Walmart, you've actually seen your revenues soar. Revenues have never been stronger for the big box retailers and online distributors. If you're that clothing boutique in downtown Kamloops or Prince George, or in Maple Ridge or in Surrey, if you're that restaurant that opened up a year and a half ago, like Forno on 5th in Kamloops, with great promise, offering a totally new culinary experience in the city of Kamloops, this pandemic has treated you very, very harshly. And that has to be recognized in our response. The pandemic has impacted higher income earners much more challenging than lower has impacted higher income earners less than lower income earners. Mr. Speaker, we've brought forward and will continue to bring forward a range of solutions, a range of ideas, again in that spirit of working together to ensure that all British Columbians can get through this pandemic. But indeed, as the minister, as the ministers on the other side, as government generally has a job to do, so does the official opposition. There are a lot of tough questions that need to be asked, and I hope that British Columbians have watched the first 2 days of this legislative session and question period in particular, and have noticed that the official opposition has come to the table these last 2 days with very thoughtful, very practical, very respectful criticisms and suggested actions. We've talked about mental health these last couple of days. We've talked about impacts on our seniors in long-term care homes and a range of other issues. So we will continue to do that. But Mr. Speaker, I think it's also important at this point in the discussion to acknowledge kind of where we are today and where we were in February or March of this year. I talk about this, this nonpartisan coming together of all of the parties, all of the members of this legislature. That is true, and we endorsed billions of dollars of supports for people and businesses back on March 23rd in a very limited session of this place. $1.5 billion of which was earmarked for business recovery. You march forward until August, September, so many months later. Not much of those supports had been rolled out to British Columbians. Not much had been rolled out until the week before the Premier of this province decided to call an unnecessary snap election. 1 week after he rolls out an economic recovery plan, the Premier calls a snap election. The result of which was the kicking down the road, the further delaying by a couple months of government's ability to ensure that the supports that British Columbians need are actually there. Now, part of the economic recovery plan that was announced that week before the election, again, it was we had approved in this legislature $1.5 billion of supports for small businesses, for business generally, from an economic recovery perspective. When you look at the accounting of the $1.5 billion in supports that I reference, it is difficult to pinpoint how much of these supports have actually made their way to businesses, to small businesses in particular, to help them with the challenges they're facing. I'll talk more about that in a moment. But the Premier calls an election, it delays things by another couple months, and then we find ourselves on the other side of the election here with at least the promise of addressing some of the significant challenges that people face, that businesses face here in this legislature. And we find out that the government's a great big plan, the great big strategy to call us all back here to Victoria or online to participate that way was to deal with one bill and one set of supplemental estimates. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the bill that's in front of us, I'm going to talk about it specifically, and I'm going to talk about some of the implications of what this bill actually provides for British Columbians. I mean, we essentially have been called back here in this session through Bill 3 that's in front of us today to approve some pretty significant changes to the transparency and the accountability requirements around the public's finances in this province. And coupled with that, we are going to be dealing with some supplementary estimates, a couple $2 billion worth, of which we've been provided very little detail. Now, we will certainly take our time and the opportunity when those supplementary estimates come forward to ask a whole wide range of very detailed questions. I think thoughtful and focused, tough questions. But Mr. Speaker, that's what we're here essentially to do in a 2-week session. Now, on the first piece of those two items, this $2 billion of supplementary estimates, essentially amounting to largely a blank check that the government wants us to sign. We are told, not through any details that have been provided to this chamber, but we are told through the announcement that the minister responsible made earlier this week and through media reports that there's a $500 per person benefit that will be made available to British Columbians. Now, as the member from my colleague from Peace River South mentioned earlier, the official opposition it believes that getting financial support out to people who really need that support is absolutely critical, and will be supportive of efforts to do exactly that. But, Mr. Speaker, the challenge here is trying to wrap our heads around and understand what exactly are the government's intentions here. The Minister of Finance indicated yesterday that of the $2 billion supplemental estimates that they'll be seeking approval for from this chamber, about 1.6 to 1.7 billion, maybe up to 1.8 billion, is in relation to this $500 per person benefit. Okay. Well, what's the other $200 to $300 million for? Why has there been no disclosure of what those couple $200 or $300 million are actually intended for? With respect to the actual $500 grant that the government wants to provide British Columbians, there's a whole wide range of questions that need to be answered. It's as we saw in the announcement, this grant is going to be means tested. Fair enough. It seems a bit odd, as the member for Peace River North indicated earlier, that someone earning an income of $175,000 would think of actually going and applying for a prorated amount of this means tested grant that would amount to about $10 for that individual. Like why? And it speaks to, I think, a bigger issue with this, the government's approach on this grant, a very significant concern that we have in the opposition, a very significant concern that many British Columbians and many small business organizations have mentioned, and that's this money does not actually go to the people who need it the most. I would argue someone making $175,000, $150,000, $125,000, pick your number, probably don't need the 10, 20, 50, $100. Would probably be happy not to take it. The government's application process for this. They're telling everyone it's going to be online the week before Christmas. That's only, what, 14 days away? I think they have 16 days to Christmas as of today. Knowing how this government has dropped the ball big time on other grant application processes over the last year, I'm not holding my breath out that many British Columbians are going to have their $500 to go and buy a few presents for their kids for Christmas, as has been promised. And of course, if the government really wanted to put $500 into the pockets of British Columbians, the Premier wouldn't have called an election. He wouldn't have wasted 2 months. Instead, he would have allowed the convening of this legislature as previously scheduled for its fall session, which would have started in the first week of October, and we would have just finished it a few days ago. Would have been ample time to debate and discuss getting more supports out in a targeted way to British Columbians and to businesses, to those folks who really need the help. But no, the Premier decided to call an election instead and waste a couple extra months. And we find ourselves here today with the promise that, don't worry, Christmas isn't going to be ruined. You're going to have your money. Mr. Speaker, there are going to be many British Columbians, I think, disappointed. Expectations dashed on this. We have learned from the Minister of Finance directly that there are going to be there is going to be more discussion required within her ministry, with her officials, as to whether or not this benefit is actually a net of federal support programs. That'll be a surprise to people if it's not. There's an oddity in how this program is being set up, Mr. Speaker, in that it's based on your 2019 income. Well, I don't need to say newsflash to the government, but I will. The pandemic actually started in February, March, January, arguably, if you want to go back that far, of 2020. So the job losses, the employment challenges that were faced by tens of thousands of British Columbians didn't actually start until earlier this year. These people were working last year. They might have lost their job at some point since February or March of this year. They're going to find out quite starkly in a matter of days that they're not going to get any of this $500 because they actually had income in 2019, whereas they don't today. How does that make any sense, Mr. Speaker? It doesn't make any sense. Now, the other piece is as part of this, the Minister of Finance actually in her comments today referenced the necessity to move forward with the legislation in order to essentially allow for a special warrant. She then went on to say, and I quote, "Special warrants are not intended to provide new program spending," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, those very words from the Minister of Finance today confirm that this government has no plans for any new program spending, any spending beyond what was approved in last year's budget. There's nothing new that's forthcoming. Again, the Minister said special warrants are not intended to provide new program spending. With respect to the bill, it extends the deadline for presenting the budget and the main estimates of this House for the fiscal year from what has been the practice for many years of having the budget delivered in about the second week of February. Well, that's going to be pushed out now to April 30th. So the NDP's very first move, their very first action that they take as a newly elected majority government is to smash the transparency and the accountability relating to the people's finances, to the finances of the government of British Columbia. And Mr. Speaker, the practical implications of pushing the budget out a couple months, practical implications of that there are a whole wide range of challenges and issues that are just not going to be able to be addressed. Individuals and businesses are not going to be able to wait until April 30th. If you're a small business and you're just barely hanging on by a thread right now, it's cold comfort to hear from the government that, guess what? I hope you qualify as an individual for the $500. If you don't, sorry about that. but we'll get back to you around April 30th of next year. That's not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, this follows the Premier utilizing the goodwill that was generated by all the political parties coming together, as I said, checking their party politics at the door in the best interests of addressing this pandemic in a united fashion on behalf of British Columbians. He then delays pushing any of the approved business supports, in particular, out the door until a week before an election, calls an election, we waste another couple months, and now we're told we're going to have to take the extraordinary measure of pushing the provincial budget out by a couple more months. It's not acceptable. Meanwhile, tourism is decimated. Restaurants are barely hanging on by a thread. Small businesses aren't sure if they're still going to be in business three months from now. Families are worried about whether they're going to be able to stay in their home. Parents aren't sure if they're going to be able to afford to send their kids to hockey or their kids to dance because this government has failed to act. Now, tourism, let's talk about that for a moment, Mr. Speaker. Tourism, as I said, has been decimated. Tourism put a very specific ask in front of government months and months ago. $680 million was the ask. The government responded with a $50 million commitment and a task force. A task force that has yet to bring forward any recommendations for actions. Tourism sector actually needs liquidity. They need help with liquidity. They need help with grants. They need help with more bridge financing, help with retraining. They need help with ensuring that they can actually keep the lights on over the next 3 or 4 months and into the spring. Hopefully the vaccines will take effect through the early and mid part of next year, and they'll survive. But this government has left the tourism industry literally flapping in the wind. The government promised, a simple measure like capping delivery charges on restaurants, on the meals that people buy from restaurants. Some are being charged exorbitant amounts, 25, 30%. It's ridiculous. Government promised to do that. Is that in front of us in this legislature, this session? No, it's not, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses generally have made very clear that the government's $300 million, much touted small and medium-sized business recovery grant program, that this program is deeply flawed. There's been a modest uptake of the program. Why? Because the eligibility criteria is very restrictive. The application process and approval process is very cumbersome, unnecessarily so. That needs to be fixed. Is that in front of the legislature here this week or next? No, it's not, Mr. Speaker. Let's just ask small businesses to wait for another 3, 4, 5 months before the government decides to take action. This pandemic has had a disproportionate impact on women. I said that earlier. And is there any strategy in front of us today, this week, next week to address that? There is not, Mr. Speaker. Where's the vision for how to get BC businesses back on their feet and how to reinvigorate the private sector to drive government revenues needed to ensure that the services and supports that people need are actually there? There is no overarching economic strategy that looks beyond next week with this government, and that's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Are we debating and discussing the issues with respect to long-term care in this province? Do we have anything in front of the government that addresses the calls for rapid testing in long-term care homes, or that addresses the fact that pandemic top-up pay is only provided to long-term care homes in the public sector, leaving lots of other frontline workers out of receiving that pandemic pay? Is that in front of us? It's not, Mr. Speaker. The concerns of teachers and parents that I talked about earlier. The use of masks in schools, the ineffective contact tracing that is being brought forward by teachers. That's not in front of this legislature either. Why? Why are we not debating and discussing these issues? The opioid crisis, homelessness, mental health challenges faced increasingly by British Columbians. Are we going to debate and discuss any strategy or plan on any of the above from the government this week or next week while we're here in this session? It would appear not. Another failed, lost opportunity. Now, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I think it would appear that the NDP is resorting to some of its previous defaults and putting some people ahead of other people. You know, picking winners and losers. Picking winners and losers. You know, support payments are based on 2019 tax returns. That means, you know, you might have lost your job, you're out of income, you're not sure you're going to keep your house this year, but because you made enough money last year, you're not going to get the $500. Women continue to be disproportionately impacted by job losses. You know, 4,000 women in British Columbia lost their jobs in the month of November, while there were actually some employment gains for men over the age of 25. Where is there any support for mining innovation in the government's economic recovery plan? There isn't. As I said, there's no support for small businesses that's forthcoming anytime soon. Tourism sector is supposed to be satisfied with a task force. Mr. Speaker, BC's economic recovery, the plan for that needs to involve everyone. It needs to involve all British Columbians. All British Columbians having a seat at that economic table. All British Columbians coming together and being afforded the opportunity to make of their situation what they can, to look after themselves and their families, their businesses, to rebuild our province together. And that effort needs to be supported by the BC government, not hindered by it. Mr. Speaker, I won't reiterate a lot of what the member for Peace River South mentioned, but it's hard not to have the word incompetence come to mind when you look at this bill and what it really means. The Minister of Finance not being able to answer basic questions about it yesterday. The use of 2019 tax returns to determine eligibility. You know, why some people, you know, people that have money are actually going to get more, and those that don't have money are going to get less. And you know, this incompetence breeds uncertainty. Local governments have budgets to plan based on provincial budgeting cycles. Hospital authorities or health authorities have very important budget considerations that flow from provincial budgeting. So does the post-secondary sector and universities and so forth. School districts. Mr. Speaker, this is also the longest time in about 20 years since between fiscal updates in this province. Comes on the heels of the government amending the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act just last summer to give themselves an extra 30 days to bring in a provincial budget. Now they need another 30 days. You know, not to be overly cynical, but we just learned today in the vaccine rollout plan that the details of which the province is hoping to have 10% of the population vaccinated by March, with the supply ramping up towards the end of March and into April. It was stated today that Easter is the tipping point. Easter is on April 4th. The number of people and, of course, the warming weather in the spring, it would likely mean that a lot more people are going to be vaccinated, and hopefully the COVID numbers are coming down. Is that why the budget's being pushed out to the end of April? I hope not. Mr. Speaker, the cynicism in this bill is breathtaking. It's all about a government that's chosen not to deal with a jobs plan, not to put an economic recovery plan in front of us, nothing for tourism or restaurants or for the small business sector, nothing to deal with women disproportionately impacted, and all of those other concerns. It's a government with no plan, a government that can't even figure out a way to get a recovery grant out for those who need it the most. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member Kamloops South Thompson. I recognize the member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to stand today to speak to Bill 3 and the introduction of Bill 3. And, you know, I've been sitting here, I've been listening to my colleagues speaking about Bill 3, and I listened to the Minister speak about Bill 3, and there's been a lot of talk out and around, but it makes me think about where we've come from to get to this place where we have a bill that is avoiding transparency, that at the will of government just arbitrarily saying, well, we don't really care about that, we can just put it in at a later date. For the last, since 2001, the province has enjoyed a period of time where budget transparency was the standard. That's what we strove to do. We strove to instill this on everybody, whether you're in a school district or whether you're in a municipality, anything to do with this. We said, we want to be transparent, here's the money, here's what we're going to be doing. We laid out a path, we put it out, we gave updates, we made sure the public understood and knew what was going on. We made sure that the province had the kind of accountability, had the kind of transparency that I think everybody would like to see. This is just being thrown completely out the door now with what we're doing here. And I find it quite astonishing, which is why I want to go back and, I think about the very first budget the NDP government brought in back in 2017. And their comments at the time was, the era of large surpluses is over. And every budget they had since then was tight, was significant spending increases, significant tax increases, and marginal budget surpluses. Well, they got caught with their pants down. I remember giving the speech just in February to the budget 2020. And I warned them back then, I said, there's no way this is going to be a balanced budget. There's no way the current year, which was the 2019-2020 year, was going to be balanced. And they laughed. They heckled. They couldn't see the fact that we were facing significant economic challenges, even without COVID-19. But it was clear COVID-19 was on the horizon by that point, and that it was going to be impacting British Columbia. But it was ignored. They just went ahead with their spending increases. If I remember correctly, $15 billion in spending increases through to 2022 in the last budget. And revenues have fallen off a cliff. And now they've come back with additional spending asks. And last spring, we took an unprecedented step as opposition to say, you know what, this pandemic is serious. We know that people need help. We're going to give you a blank check. And we supported $5 billion in additional spending without a clear plan, with just sort of, some outlines as to how the money would be spent. But we knew we needed to get the money out. We knew we needed to be able to address the issues, and the government needed some flexibility. And so we're willing to accept that. And guess what? They did. They took $1.5 billion of that and tucked it away and kept it and didn't have it going out there to spend on supporting businesses, and saved it for a pre-election giveaway to try to boost their popularity and numbers. And I guess that was a lesson that I learned, certainly, from giving them a blank check, is they will use it for their own political purposes and not necessarily putting the people of this province first. And so now we're sitting here with a bill in front of us that is going to delay accountability, that is going to delay the scrutiny, that gives them the ability to drag out introducing a budget, which is going to be bad. The fiscal year end for 2020 is going to be bad, probably in the $15 billion. I wouldn't even be surprised now if it's even higher than that when we get through this. And hopefully it's not. But that's huge. So then, where's the plan for getting out of that? How are we going to work through these issues How are we going to support the $22 billion in spending increases that already before the pandemic, plus the hole we're in, plus the additional spending that they're asking for and have already asked for? There's no clarity on that at all. There's an old saying in the political world that goes back a long, long time, which is never waste a crisis. And clearly, the NDP and this government and their approach to this is to take advantage of this crisis to do things that they want to get done, to tuck it in and to be not transparent. That's what I'm seeing and that's what I'm fearing. And so I see this bill here is about the budget transparency, but the other piece of it, of course, that's coming that we will be debating in the coming days is the ask for $2 billion. Without a clear plan and picture as to how that money will be spent. Yes, there was an election giveaway, that promise that was made by the NDP to spend this money to give $1,000 to everybody in the province. Well, of course, that wasn't quite how it worked out in terms of what the rules are that I'm hearing at this particular point. But how much does that equate to? Well, they won't give you that number. Maybe it's 1.4 billion, maybe it's 1.7 billion. So why are they asking for 2 billion? Why isn't there a clear plan that says this is how much that money is going to take, this is how much money it's going to take to do that, here's how it's going to be laid out, and an ask? Okay, I didn't vote for it in the provincial election, and I'm certainly tempted to not vote for it here either. But the question I have is, so what's the extra money going to be used for? They're creating a slush fund out of that for year-end spending to go out and meet some of the objectives that they want to do, without the accountability on it. This is crazy. I mean, this is back to the future, if you want to call it that, back to the 1990s. This is what they did in the 1990s. We're back doing the same thing here. They didn't learn any lessons in the time that the BC Liberals would govern this province and when we had fiscal transparency. I'm quite disturbed at what I'm seeing with this. It really is. Not to mention, so the budget's going to be brought in by the end of April. That's what this bill says. But the legislative calendar wraps up at the end of May. So do they really think we're going to jam estimates into 1 month of sitting? Talk about trying to hide from scrutiny and from any kind of accountability that the opposition can bring. Or do they plan to throw out the electoral calendar now, the legislative calendar now, and go back to what they did in the 90s and sit during the summer and however long they needed to? There's a reason we brought in the calendar. There's a reason why we brought in the dates in the accountability and in the acts for when the throne suite should be brought in, when the budget should be brought in, the time frames in there, the ability for the scrutiny of that, the use of a fall sitting when necessary for any legislation that wasn't cleaned up in the spring. There's a reason for all of that, and it's just being ignored. And I think probably one of the most disturbing things is people don't seem to care. How many billions of dollars are we adding onto the debt? You think about the people in this province, and I get, a pandemic, this is once in a lifetime, hopefully. Hopefully this sort of thing will never happen in our lifetime and our children's lifetime again. But we're adding on tremendous amounts of debt. We've added on already, in all likelihood, $3,000 for every man, woman, and child in this family. A family of 4 is $12,000 in debt. Where's the plan for how we're going to address that? And I get, we need to work through that, and it's going to take time. But delaying transparency, delaying having this bill go forward to avoid that kind of scrutiny. But the irony of this is, when we sat last summer, I specifically got up and asked, why are we debating last summer, why are we debating the 2020 budget? It's irrelevant. The numbers are completely wrong. The budget numbers coming in, the deficit, all of that, because COVID changed it. And there wasn't a peep out of government as to what the real numbers would be, or why we would be passing a budget that was clearly out of date, that clearly needed to be updated. So instead of focusing on trying to give some transparency and bringing in a new budget, bringing in something that showed the province where we're at and how we're going to get through this and the path coming out of it, no, we cleared the deck by passing a budget that was completely out of date, that was irrelevant, so that an election could be called, so that we didn't have to give the fiscal updates. And here we are, after the election, pushing it out even further. And the irony of it was, we passed legislation just last summer to ask for an extra 30-day extension to the budget in the event of an election. What did they not know then that they know now that says they need 60 days instead of 30? How does that instill any confidence that this government knows what it's doing and has any sort of fiscal capability of managing through this kind of a crisis, other than just throwing money out the door and expecting our children's children to pay for it down the road? It's disturbing when you think about the situation that we're in this province. And furthermore, when I think about Bill 3 and the delay of the budget, I also think about this ask for the $2 billion. The NDP, when they're in power, used to throw out all kinds of things that the money would be better spent on, or that should be spent here, or money should be spent there. Well, I can tell you, I bet you if you were to poll the people in this province right now, whether they would like $2 billion or 1.4 or whatever that number is going to be, or whether they'd like that money to go to protecting seniors in long-term care and increasing capacity for testing and increasing ability to be able to protect those lives, I can tell you what they would say. Take that money and spend it where it's needed to protect the lives instead of an election giveaway. Why are we doing this? What are we doing here? It seems to be just a vanity exercise by this government in this process. And then to add insult associated with that, we get this bill that's going to delay the accountability side. Well, the bill will be due, and it will be transparent as time goes forward, because it'll have to be. Because eventually the Auditor General will say, you need to get these books and we're going to be auditing them. And there will have to be that transparency. But it is a shame that we're going through this sort of process today on a bill to delay the budget that's coming in. And I think right back also to my time, I was a school trustee and I was proud to serve for School District 57 for 3 years before going into provincial politics. But I remember how hard it was to make sure that we had a budget in place and to make sure that we could give certainty for the teachers and the support staff for what the next year would look like. And that was all based on what the numbers would come from the province. How's that going to happen now that those numbers are delayed by 60 days? The school districts need to start giving notices based on their union contracts as to whether they've got jobs or not. They have to start doing that in April and May. They won't even know their budget till the end of April. How do they make plans? How are they able to make the adjustments in a situation where they won't know what their budget is until the numbers come in at the end of April? How is that accountable? How is that being helpful as a province to the institutions that are running the other important pieces of a province, such as education? Municipalities are no different. There are monies that are transferred. They count on monies coming in from the province. They need to know what those budgets are. They need to have some indication from the finance minister and from this government. And they have to make their fiscal decisions. And they are into their talks in February. They're always waiting to hear what that budget is in February. Well, now they're going to have to wait an extra 60 days. So do they put provisional tax increases in place in case government doesn't come through with support? How do they manage through their budget side of things? There are a lot of impacts that this bill will bring to our province by delaying bringing in the budget. things that we cleaned up and made sure were in place so that there was predictability, so that people could structure and organize and be able to run their institutions, their lives, because there was that confidence that government knew what it was doing and the accountability to know what those numbers are. Back to the bad old days with this kind of a bill. Very unfortunate to see. But I also think, you know, about this in terms of things like the forest sector, which I'm very fortunate to be a critic of. You know, they aren't dependent upon government funding directly for their operations, but they need to know an indication of what's going on in ministries. And they don't get that indication until the budgets are in place, because ministers can't go out and start talking about what they're going to be spending until a budget is released. And so it delays for them their opportunity to be able to do planning and to have any sort of sense of what kind of changes may be coming within it from a budgetary perspective. So when I think about the people of Nechako Lakes that I represent, and I'm very proud to represent and to continue to represent the people of Nechako Lakes, you know, School District 91, this is going to be a real challenge for them. When I think about the small communities, and you know, a small little community like Grand Isle, the grants that come in are big when you don't have a very big budget. It's a small little community. They're going to be left in the wind, wondering, is that money coming in? Is it not coming in? How are we going to budget? And they can't just go back to the people. It's such a small little community. It's hard for them to go back and do any kind of tax increases. It's not like the larger communities that might have a little more flexibility. But I also think, you know, in terms of that, when we're talking about the budget, there was a promise back in 2019 about the rural dividend fund, that it would, you know, they suspended it for a period of time to be able to support the forest sector. Personally, I thought that was crazy. If they're going to be doing that, it should have been using new money as opposed to taking the money that's really needed by those small communities and the rural dividend fund that's in there. But so now what's the fate of that going to be? We have to wait another 60 days to find out whether or not something like the rural dividend fund is going to be considered again. The lack of transparency that I'm seeing from this government and the desire by this government to avoid that kind of scrutiny is, like I say, truly disturbing. You know, I think also about the debate that we're having here. There are so many important things, and you know, my friend from Kamloops South talked about it, and you know, it seems to be a small issue, but it's a pretty important issue to small businesses, and that is the commitment around trying to address the delivery charges. People are being asked to stay home. People are asked to not try to go out, and so you're seeing a tremendous rise in this, and it's. For large chains, maybe they can make some deals, but for small little restaurants, this is hard. How do they compete? How do they try to be able to make a go of it? That's something that could very easily have been addressed here. That is a real need for little mom and pop operations right across the province. So we're debating on a bill to delay transparency in budget. We're not addressing something that should be really straightforward and could easily have been done without, you know, undue delay moving through the legislature. But there doesn't seem to be any thought or consideration for those types of things that could actually really help people through this. And makes me wonder once again, as I mentioned in my throne speech comments, what is this government's priority? Are they really, you know, taking into consideration the economy, people that want to work, how to support those small communities and process, or are we in a situation where, you know, it's just about playing nothing but politics? So I think, you know, when I look at this bill, I don't know how a person can get to a place where they support it. I think the transparency that's needed with this bill is just sorely lacking. There's other components in this bill that I look forward to questioning the minister about as well. For example, the changes to the home owner grant. That's a section in this bill that doesn't really seem to have a whole lot of explanation as to what's going on with it. And it makes me curious what the government's agenda is in making these changes to how that process will be addressed. And I know there's many other of my colleagues that have a lot of questions, particularly about, from their critic perspective, how this will impact the components that they have a concern with and are interested in pursuing. But I think most of all, after the election, when there was this talk that the legislature was going to come back, it was to come back for one reason, which was to deal with this election giveaway, this money that was needed for this election giveaway. Not to create an additional money for a slush fund, not to change the budgeting process and transparency. And then this was thrust upon us. Okay, I guess the government wants to be misleading and not be transparent. I guess that's their prerogative. They can do that because they're government. But it certainly doesn't instill a whole lot of confidence in how they plan to operate under a majority government at this point. So, Mr. Speaker, I do like I say at this bill, I'm disappointed to seeing this bill come in. I'm disappointed at the lack of transparency. I'm very disappointed in the estimates that are coming up, the supplemental estimate that's coming up, and the $2 billion ask without transparency. I, for one, quite frankly, I think it's just not appropriate to be handing out blank checks to this government, because they've proven over time, and they've proven just in this past year, that they can't be trusted in terms of the commitments and process, and that they will use funds for their own uses, for their own needs, for their own political ends. And that's an unfortunate pattern that is starting to emerge that I suspect will only grow as this government goes through its mandate. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that my goal, and I know the goal of my colleagues, is going to be hold this government to account, to not let them get away without the accountability, to ask the hard questions, and to make sure the public sees as transparently as possible the true objectives of what this government is trying to achieve. I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic that has not been seen since the Spanish flu. Although some might say we've had a couple of other ones since then, but certainly the Spanish flu is the one that stands out. We're in the middle of a situation with a lot of unknowns, a lot of variables, and we're in the middle of a situation where we all need to take the right steps and do the right measures to try to bring this under control and to protect lives. And that should be our focus. That should be our government's focus. That should be a bipartisan focus, working across the lines to be able to achieve that. I don't see that in why we're here in this legislature today. I have not seen the case for why this lack of transparency is being brought in. I have not seen the case, either economically or health-wise or social-wise, why the $2 billion is being asked for. There needs to be that kind of transparency. The questions need to be asked, and that is the job of the opposition, and I know that's what we will be doing, to hold this government to account. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll end my comments and yield the floor to my colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you to the member from the Chaco Lakes. Recognize the member for Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your elevation to a lofty perch in this chamber, and to other members of this chamber who, well, all members, some who have arrived here for the first time. If I cheat a little bit and move over here and the Hansard camera follows me, it will see one of those members, the member for West Vancouver, Capilano, who not supposed to use props. Well, the member opposite says not a good start. I was
talking about the session of the bill.
I was. There are many reasons for which I will agree with her as it relates to the legislation before the House. I was reflecting, Mr. Speaker, and I should say this, that next month it'll be 27 years since I arrived here for the first time, and I remember the sense of excitement that I felt coming into this chamber, and I see that in the eyes of members on both sides of the aisle as they arrive for the first time, and I don't think any of us ever really loses that sense of excitement, at least I hope not, because of the unique privilege we have to be here. And following along what some of my colleagues have done, I'd like to thank the people of Abbotsford West, who for the 8th time provided me with that privilege. My goodness, when I started it was Matsqui, and then it was Abbotsford Mount Lehman, and now it's Abbotsford West. But one thing has remained constant, and that is the appreciation I feel for the people in that part of British Columbia for the trust they have placed in me. To come here and do what we are charged to do as members of the official opposition, and that is scrutinize the legislation that the government has chosen to present to the House. And like my colleagues from Peace South and from Nechako and others, the leader of the Green Party, I am the kindest term I can use would be to say that the legislation is interesting, given the rationale that was provided for calling this place into session in the first place. This, we were told, in this very, very difficult, challenging time, in the aftermath of the electoral result, where British Columbians expressed their views, those that did participate in the election, and re-elected the NDP government. This was going to be a session necessitated by the government's desire to focus on people. That was the essence of what brought us to this place in circumstances that are difficult. I look around at the big screens here in the chamber, and the smiling, well, maybe not that many smiling faces, but a few, and it's challenging to be participating in the debates and not be here. Although I do applaud the House and the staff at the House here for the steps they've made to incorporate the technology. I remember actually it was the first time we had TV screens in here, and the opposition of that day weren't terribly happy about it. Although I will give the then opposition House Leader credit for at least agreeing to it on a temporary basis when we introduced the budget. And it was the first time we had screens in here, and I think in retrospect that was, dare I say it, a forward-looking move, and is revealed in the use of the technology that we have here today. But this was to be an initiative focused on people, and we have Bill 3 in front of us, and I must say in the 4 sections that compose the bill in its entirety, Mr. Speaker, I don't see anything about people. I don't see anything in this legislation, which apparently is the only bill we're going to deal with. It is the only bill that we are going to deal with in this session of the Assembly prior to Christmas. I see Section 1 dealing with the Budget Transparency Act. We can talk about that and will in detail. Timelines that are adjusted to the benefit of government. I see Section 2, again, timelines that are adjusted for the benefit of government. Section 3, which addresses the use of special warrants, Mr. Speaker. Now, people don't, you use that language and people say, well, what the heck is a special warrant? Well, special warrants, Mr. Speaker, are a little instrument that used to be used very, very regularly in this House until some changes were made in 2001, and I'll talk about that. but they are an instrument that government uses when it wants to avoid the scrutiny of this place, which after all is why this place exists in the first place. To scrutinize the spending of the public's money. And I'll talk a little bit more about that, but that has nothing to do with people. And the final section of the bill, which talks about the homeowner grant and consolidating some administrative functions around the homeowner grant. That has nothing to do whatsoever with the plight of people that members on both sides of the aisle are confronted by through this pandemic experience. The people that we meet or who call us or who have Zoom meetings with us to tell us that their business is on the verge of collapsing. Because if you are in a business that revolves around the gathering of people, as so many businesses are, whether it's the restaurant, whether it's the caterer. I have a friend that I grew up with who runs a catering business up island here, past Nanaimo. On the verge, clinging to corporate life by their fingernails. And who rightfully assume that if this assembly were going to gather at this point in time, there would be legislation that was relevant to them. They have been disappointed. I am disappointed, but my disappointment pales into the comparison to the disappointment they must feel. I am sad, but they are sadder. I am surprised by what we have before us here. This is legislation about government, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, about a government that seems intent upon dismantling the structures and the discipline around budgeting that was introduced to this place 19 years ago and that has served this province so well. And if the Minister of Finance, the newly minted Minister of Finance, and congratulations to her, it is a weighty responsibility to be sure. But if she and her colleagues want to dispute that claim, which is a serious one that I have just made, then I invite them to do so. Look, I confessed my length of time, longevity, whatever term we want to use, but it does provide one with an interesting perspective, not the definitive perspective, but an interesting one nonetheless, because I do remember firsthand what took place prior to 2001. I remember, and by the way, when I say that, prior to 2001 and prior to 1991. Because if these sins that were dealt with in 2001, they certainly were sins of commission by more than one previous government. But it was manipulation, Mr. Speaker. Manipulation of the budgeting process, manipulation of the timing of the budget, and yes, even manipulation of the numbers themselves. I was here for the fudget budget. I watched it unfold. I was here when a leading member of the public service, a man named Chris Trumpy, was so offended by what took place that he felt compelled to commit to writing what he saw as an egregious betrayal and manipulation of the budgetary process. I was here when special warrants were so commonplace that barely a year went by without their use, where governments not wanting not wanting to be scrutinized for spending that hadn't been discussed or authorized in the previous year's budget, just spent the money and then came along afterwards seeking forgiveness from this chamber. And so it eventually got so bad that a series of safeguards were created. A couple, to be fair, before 2001, most after. Most after. And they were, we call them safeguards, or I call them safeguards of the integrity of the budgetary process, Mr. Speaker, but they were safeguards because they represented constraints on government. And they were constraints on government. They were constraints around the timing, the date by which the budgetary instrument must be presented to the people of British Columbia. They were constraints that involved consulting experts in the guise of the Forecast Council. The new minister, I presume, will still be abiding by those requirements and will have the opportunity to meet the present Forecast Council. It'll be an interesting report, given the times we live in. They were constraints that provided for the elimination of the use of special warrants as a means of preventing that kind of unscrutinized manipulation of the budgetary process. And legislated mandatory quarterly reporting periods. Those were but a few of the constraints on government designed to impose a rigor and a discipline around the budgeting process. And, Mr. Speaker, previous governments lived with and within those constraints. And dare I say, previous governments lived and abided by those constraints through some fairly tumultuous times. 9/11, when the world shut down. 2008, 2009, which represented its own version of an economic meltdown. Now, I will be the first to concede that the challenges we face today on a global, worldwide basis are different and of a different order of magnitude. But it would be incorrect to suggest that previous governments were not confronted by very, very serious challenges. Uncertainty on a magnitude that heretofore had not been seen. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy for those governments, Mr. Speaker. Lots of late nights. I mean, if I had the time, I'd talk about the anecdotes. When the report comes in 2 days before the budget's supposed to be delivered, that the price of natural gas has just gone down dramatically. And if you want to, you can manufacture any number of excuses for not applying the discipline. And that's what this government has chosen to do. This government has chosen to hide behind excuses. Hide behind a crisis. It is a crisis, a health crisis. But you know, by abiding by the discipline and the rigor, this province built a record of fiscal management, transparency, predictability that served British Columbians well and acquired for us a reputation second to none in Canada. Second to none in Canada, Mr. Speaker. You know, the results, I can hear or see members of the government caucus rolling their eyes, but the results speak for themselves. How many members of the NDP government have at some point or another talked with pride of the fiscal position they inherited when they formed government in 2017? The balanced budgets, the debt elimination, all of those things that have served the province so well when confronted by the cataclysm that befell us earlier this year. But they didn't happen by accident, Mr. Speaker, and that's what I think members of the government caucus and members of the government make the mistake. They didn't happen by accident. It happened because those procedural safeguards, those constraints on government existed, were applied, and were adhered to. And for all the benefits that flowed from that structural rigor, that openness, that discipline, this government, this NDP government, seems intent upon dismantling one piece at a time, something that has served this province so well. And it is all being done under the guise of COVID. But as other speakers have said, member for Peace River South, these are not changes that are themselves constrained to deal with an emergency situation. They are permanent. They are permanent, and we have heard no explanation for why that is necessary or appropriate. We've heard no explanation, Mr. Speaker, and it's probably appropriate for me to again congratulate you for your lofty ascension to that noble perch in this chamber. We have heard no explanation for something that I always thought was more or less basic about the process of budgeting and the process of approving expenditures. Now, look, the budget for the province of British Columbia, $55 billion plus, it's way more now, crossed the $50 billion threshold a few years ago. It's a big budget, it's complex, and it impacts people. But surely, whether it is 55 billion or 50,000 or 5,000, there is a basic question that needs to be answered when people are considering major expenditures. And that is, how are we doing? What have we got? I mean, I don't think there's a lot of people watching this program today, but I'll bet the few that are can identify with this basic proposition, and that is when you sit down around your kitchen table, you and your partner, and you're trying to decide, and your family, and you're trying to decide about making a major expenditure, and I would say that $2 billion qualifies as a pretty major expenditure. When you're considering whether or not to make a major expenditure, Mr. Speaker, probably at some point along the way, you ask each other, well, how are we doing? What's the update? What do we got in the bank? Do we have anything in the bank? Now, that's not determinative necessarily. There will be times when you have to borrow some money, or want to borrow some money, or the urgency of the situation requires you to borrow some money, and I think we're probably in one of those. But surely before you ask people to make a decision about expending $2 billion, it's appropriate to share with them the updated fiscal position for the province. Not only is this government and this new minister not prepared to do that, apparently, they are prepared to introduce legislation that alters the obligations they have as a government to present that information in a timely way to the people of British Columbia. That's not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. That is irresponsible. That is a dismantling of the fundamental structure, the fundamental discipline that should be part of any budgeting process. And this government doesn't want to be constrained by that. And it's not a glorious start. It is an inglorious start for a newly elected government and a newly minted finance minister. Government says to us, well, look, we, the NDP government, need to be relieved of these constraints. We need to be relieved of these constraints because an election intervened. An election they called. An election that was unilaterally imposed upon the province at a most, in my view, inappropriate time. And yet that is the explanation we received, that this legislation, this Bill 3, is a response to complications and circumstances that derive from having an election, but it was an election that very few people in British Columbia were asking for, that the government itself created, and I suppose in the parlance of the game of politics, worked. They weren't just re-elected, they were re-elected with a majority. And yet that is, in my view, a wholly inappropriate and inadequate explanation for why the government would now feel entitled to continue dismantling the very instruments of budgetary discipline that have served the province of British Columbia so well. Talked about those people that we meet. I think about the restaurateur on the weekends when I go across to Mission. It's not a chain restaurant, it's a family that operate their little place on Main Street in Mission. I'm not going to identify the restaurant because what I'm going to say next may or may not be fair. I don't think they're going to make it. I just don't think they're going to make it. I hope they do. Hope I'm wrong. Been going there for 30 years. I don't think they're going to make it. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, and I have to relay to the chamber because it's the forum I have, I'm lucky enough to have the forum, is what they and so many other people are saying to me. Because they understand and they accept and they get the fact that confronted by a health emergency, a health crisis, we have to alter our behavior. They understand that, they're prepared to do it. They say there are consequences. There are consequences for their lives, their business, their ability to earn a living for their families. And what they say is, how come when it's my job, my employee, my ability to make a living, there's a lack of sympathy and the order is the order? Okay, I get it. But how come when it's the politicians looking to secure job security for themselves, none of that seems to apply? Because if anyone thinks an election can be carried out with not increasing the risk in the middle of a pandemic, they're wrong. And I've seen the numbers. And I've seen what happened to the infection rates 2 weeks after that election. And no one wants to say it. No one seems to want to talk about it. No one wants to acknowledge the linkage. But it's clearly there. And so that restaurateur, another small business operator, the caterer, I hope they make it. I don't know if they're going to. They say to me, and they ask, when it's about me, I got to suck it up. But when it's about you politicians, you seem to find a way. You seem to find a way to conduct an election. Because that's what matters to you guys. And then they are going to ask me, all right, you had your election, you guys have got jobs, you guys have got paychecks. And the first thing you do when you go back to Victoria, under what the Premier says is going to be a session dedicated to my welfare as a human being in this province, confronted by all this pandemic challenge, the first thing you do is introduce and debate legislation that makes life easier for the government. God, shame on you. That's what they're going to say. That's what they're going to say. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them, because that's what Bill 3 represents, Mr. Speaker. So, I don't expect we're going to hear much from the government benches on this one. I mean, for the folks participating, whether here or on the screen, this is their forms. Look, whether you're a government member or an opposition member, you worked hard, you fought hard to get here. It's time to be answerable. It's time to explain how this bill makes life better for the people impacted by this pandemic. And we got a ways to go. It's great news that the fruits of science are about to be unleashed on, in the guise of the vaccines that have been approved or will be shortly. But we're not there yet. And people want to see this government walk the walk. Words are easy. But Bill 3 falls miserably short of what I think people were entitled to expect. So, Mr. Speaker, there will be questions. It'll, the Minister of Finance, who, as I said, has a weighty responsibility that she has accepted, will be called to task to answer some of those questions. And then we'll get to a supplementary estimate, which, as my friend and colleague from Peace South has already said, is in its own way dubious. But what's at stake here is important. Important for those families that are hanging on by their fingernails. So, Mr. Speaker, I will take my place. I will urge and invite those on the government side who are in a position to answer some of these questions to do so. And as always, thank you and the House's indulgence for my participation in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to you as well for assuming your role as Deputy Speaker in this House. It is also my first opportunity to speak in this House in this session, and I wanted to at least take this opportunity to congratulate all members in this House for their election. For many who were elected for the first time, and for those who were re-elected, and to those who have served our province so well, those who have retired, or those who were not successful at being re-elected to this chamber. My gratitude on behalf of all British Columbians is to you, to your service to this province. I had the opportunity, of course, to run as a candidate in Vancouver-Langara for re-election. And it was a crazy election. It was an election where we had a hard time reaching voters, either by the phone or on the doorstep. I'm grateful to the volunteers, my family, friends, and other supporters who contributed real time, set aside their busy lives, and worked with me to gain re-election. It's a tremendous responsibility to come back to this chamber. Not something that I know any of us take lightly. and we rely on our good staff. In my case, my two constituency assistants, Tyson Schofield and Eileen Lau. But I know that we have a job to do. Even under these very difficult, challenging times. Those who come here participate in person. Those who are participating on Zoom. And to all the staff in this building who make it possible. It's a challenging time, but it's one that we all need to stay safe. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to speak to Bill 3, the Finance Statutes Amendment Act 2020. As we have been talking in this debate, so much has changed since the last summer session. Questions that have been raised about the debate that we were having on a budget that was there for 2020 with no adjustments. We've had an unprecedented pandemic affect our province, and yet no updates, no adjustments to that budget. In this special session, the government has put forward this bill, only this bill, alongside of the supplementary estimates to effect their one campaign promise, at least for COVID relief, for payment to British Columbians based on their income, based on their 2019 income, before COVID-19, not taking into account those who have suffered job loss and other understandable income loss in 2020. This is what we're here for. This is why we've come back together again. That's it. Since we left this chamber 4 months ago, what has the government been focused on? Well, certainly through the leadership of Dr. Bonnie Henry and the public health leadership team. They've been managing with all of our healthcare professionals all over this province, including on the front lines. Lots of people have been making sacrifices in their daily lives to keep others safe. Whether those who are working in storefronts, those who are transporting goods, those who are serving so many of us in small businesses and otherwise. We all owe them a debt of gratitude to get through this. But Mr. Speaker, now more than ever across this province, we need leadership from this government. We are challenged with COVID-19. We're into over 9 months of this challenge. It's been draining. It's been hard. And we know that many families are just trying to keep safe together. Businesses that are trying to stay afloat in the face of all of the safety orders and restrictions. But Mr. Speaker, when this government has been given the opportunity, it has repeatedly failed. Repeatedly failed in their responsibility to map out a recovery plan, including for those sectors of our economy that have been hit hard by COVID-19, including the hospitality and tourism sector. And as others have said, including my colleague from Kamloops South Thompson, this government has not even acted in doing something as simple as what it actually said it would do. Give assistance to small businesses by limiting food delivery charges to help restaurants through this pandemic period. I know that with my children who rely on different ways to stay self-isolated, they're working from home. but they're trying to stay safe. Food delivery is a service, not just for those who are receiving a nice meal, but those who actually need it to stay safe. Those who are immunocompromised, elderly, and others. But we need to find a better way, especially during this difficult time. We also need our government to keep focused on keeping our children, teachers, staff, and schools safe, and to work with parents and school trustees to do so. We need our government to help isolated seniors in care with their families and staff to make sure that our care homes are as safe as possible, including through the greater use of rapid testing. COVID-19 has been a long-run challenging period, and I see that in my riding of Vancouver-Langara. Through the South Vancouver Seniors Network, which I co-chair, we provide an umbrella network of senior-serving organizations across South Vancouver. South Vancouver has the highest population of elderly people in Vancouver. And we know that every week, when we switch to an online format, running webinars to reach out to isolated seniors in their homes, to provide them with the support, that we hear many, many stories of elderly who are isolated and more confused about the situation. Every week, hearing more heartbreaking experiences of families and children being very limited in their ability to see their parents or grandparents. Mr. Speaker, it's a question as to whether this government can put the necessary focus and resources to help people get through this, to help our businesses that are struggling with this challenge, to help people who are homeless, those who are struggling with mental health and drug addictions, those who find in recovery spaces even more of a challenge because of the necessary social distance. But, Mr. Speaker, this Bill 3 is not dealing with any of that. Doesn't address any of that. It's proposing an amendment primarily to the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act, which, Mr. Speaker, the government already changed in the last special summer session. This amendment is for the same purpose that was raised by the former Minister of Finance. At the time, she indicated that in the event of an election, the government needed additional flexibility. Well, how long? 30 days. In her judgment and the government's judgment, that would be sufficient time to provide the necessary work of due diligence to be done by the public service. 30 days. Well, Mr. Speaker, one can ask what has changed since then. If that was sufficient time, what's changed now? As my colleague the member from Abbotsford West has laid out in great detail, the underpinnings of the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act clearly provides the necessary discipline and fundamental framework around government to ensure that it manages our fiscal affairs in a prudent and appropriate and transparent manner. We are here, after all, on behalf of all British Columbians. We have a job to do. And we can't be doing that job when the government continues to delay, pushes out the budgetary process that many important organizations around the province rely on, the timing of this. School districts and municipalities, for example. It was only 5 months ago that the member for Surrey South questioned the former Minister of Finance as to the timing of that. Here, Mr. Speaker, it's the same government. It's not a new government. What's changed? Well, there was an election. But it was the responsibility of this government, as it formed a greater majority in this House, to meet the standard. To meet the standard that was there, that they just changed just before the election. So, Mr. Speaker, why does that matter? Well, Mr. Speaker, this government changed. They breached their commitment to this House. Their own legislation that called for an election be held in October 2021. The confidence and supply agreement that they had with the third party. This government broke that legislation and that agreement. Why does that matter? Well, through the leadership of the former Leader of the Official Opposition, the member for Vancouver-Colchana, and the member for Kelowna Lake Country, alongside of the leader for the third party and others, there was a collaborative approach. There was an understanding, in the words of our colleague, the member from Vancouver-Colchana, that we need to fight the disease and not fight each other. That was a leadership style that he took, that many across this country and in this province applauded. We took the partisanship out, at least on this very issue. And as we saw on March 23rd in this chamber, all parties supported a $5 billion spending by this government with no details. It was done so to give government flexibility. It included $1.5 billion to support small businesses for business recovery. $1.5 billion that we thought was going to form the fundamental part of the recovery plan. A recovery plan that stalled in the summer. It went out to a survey. It didn't appear until the eve of the snap election. Well, Mr. Speaker, as it turns out, what we saw is this government delayed the supports for frontline workers, struggling small businesses, and those who have lost significant portions of their income. The thin plan that was released just before the snap election didn't contain the kinds of supports that sectors have been greatly affected by COVID-19 have been asking for. The tourism sector, for example, was looking for $680 million in provincial assistance to help the 20,000 people employed in that sector. Sorry, the 20,000 tourism businesses, of which 300,000 people are employed. That's the kind of economic impact that we need to support. Time and time again, the Premier and this government broke their word. And that's why we know that the Premier took away the focus of the government from dealing with COVID-19. How different would it have been if we had the fall session? to continue to hold this government accountable for a plan that never came? Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that since the snap election was called on September 21st, 208 COVID-19 cases. And since then, since that date, there have been over 38,000, which means close to 80,000 COVID cases have occurred since that unnecessary election was called. This government lost its focus, and it shows. In the midst of a worldwide pandemic, with the combined efforts of all members of this House, the Premier made a decision, and it was his decision, his responsibility that led to a vacuum of leadership. He took his eye off the ball, Mr. Speaker. And now this government comes back after that election to ask for more time. The Premier had said on Election Day, quote, "I'm grateful for all British Columbians that we put the election behind us and we can get back to focusing on the things that matter most to you." Well, Mr. Speaker, we're in the middle of a worldwide pandemic for over 9 months. What matters most to British Columbians is leadership. The kind of leadership that this House was providing together. This Premier has failed British Columbia in calling that snap election. He admits, by his very words, that we can get back to focusing on things that matter. Well, we should have been focusing on things that mattered the whole time. And why does that matter, Mr. Speaker? The world is changing. We've lost many lives. Many are struggling. They're struggling because they haven't seen their family members for some time. Whether they're in a care home or self-isolated in their own home. Many workers have lost their jobs. Those who are struggling with their mental health. This has been draining, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker. It's hard on all of us. We need a government that can provide a plan and leadership to go forward. Province is facing, heading into this session, a $13 billion deficit. They're asking for another $2 billion in further spending. And the kinds of detailed questions that we'll be asking here as members of the official opposition with colleagues from the third party is the details around that $2 billion expenditure. 1.4 billion, 1.7 billion, what's the extra 300 million for? The requirements and the qualifications for those who are entitled to this. Was a $1,000 benefit, now it's a $500 benefit. Might get $10. As I mentioned earlier, it's dependent on your 2019 income. Well, what about those who lost their jobs, who lost that income? Shouldn't that relief be targeted to that? And what about the rest of this? We've seen great uncertainty here with the province's finances. The delays on the second quarter financial report. You don't know where the province stands right now. We're being asked, in the face of that, to approve further expenditures. What is the government's plan beyond this single election promise? What is the government's plan to help our province move forward? How will we deal with that deficit? right now, Mr. Speaker, as we look forward to this, we need to consider all of the further expenditures that this government needs to face. In the area of transportation, for example, we know that there's been a recent announcement with the federal government to provide additional funding. But that funding only carries through this financial period, 2021. And we know that ridership has been down under TransLink, under BC Transit, and that TransLink itself relies heavily on fare revenue. It covers 58% of its operating expenses. And ridership had dropped by 83% in early April 2020. Ridership is now back up to around 40% of the pre-pandemic levels. But as the CEO of TransLink has recently said, quote, "We're facing now a fairly significant structural deficit that puts in danger our ability to continue to advance and grow the system, which inevitably needs to happen, whether it's 2 years from now, 4 years from now, with the recovery of ridership." So the funding that has been put in place to date with this recent announcement with the federal government will not be enough, Mr. Speaker, as we see the needs to ensure the long-term sustainability of the transit system in the Lower Mainland. TransLink, for example, needs to be working with the government to develop the scenarios for the potential operating and fiscal impacts over the next 3 years. That sort of planning needs to be occurring. And we know coming into this budgetary period, there are many questions that need to be answered in terms of the government's economic plan. How will the government continue to move forward in the face of the significant cost structure, the 23 new and increased taxes that this government has put on British Columbians before COVID-19? What will be the fiscal position of this government coming out of COVID-19, particularly with the news we have about vaccines and the progress that's being made? Mr. Speaker, there is a great responsibility here in this House that we have the opportunity to do the review that is necessary, to work with the government, to represent our constituents in our critic roles and our MLA roles. This government is deflecting responsibility by limiting our ability to have transparency and accountability on their budget. They're delaying the need, the much needed support that British Columbians need. This is a time where there's great uncertainty and great need. It's not a time for government to delay further. The discussions we're having here is about this bill, but it's in the context of what would you expect government to do? Certainly not call an unnecessary election a snap one in the middle of a pandemic. Certainly not that. But also, you would expect government to come here immediately in this period to help move forward the province. And as I said, the government has repeatedly failed to do that. Every single time we've convened here for special purposes, March, June through August, and now, we've been spinning wheels on the economic recovery plan, on a budget that's still yet to come. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very important as we look at what this government is proposing, that when you even look at the special warrant ability, the ability to fund government before the tabling of a budget, they're asking for a 30-day extension, a further 30-day extension. As we debated last summer about emergency measures, and I know that the leader of the third party commented on this as well, we were talking about when provisions are put in place, that they need to be transparent, reasonable, and balanced to justify those measures. Well, why is this government giving itself the ability to do special warrants on this basis, to take advantage of this crisis situation? A situation where the government should be actually doing and acting in a way with great urgency and a recognition of our situation. Great urgency is not to delay further. It's not to merely punt the ball down the field. British Columbians need action from this government. And by this bill, it's delaying that action. We also need to ensure that this government is being responsible as it spends. We have no clarity about the $1.5 billion and where it's gone, how it's been deployed, what the impact is to help small businesses. And we're seeking the clarity around the $2 billion expenditure request that's attached to this bill. But we're doing this all under the guise of darkness. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have no transparency, we have no light on the government's finances. And these are the concerns that I have with this bill. And I know that all members, as we work through this legislation, will ask the kinds of questions of government that we would expect them to respond to. Thus far in the debate, in the way this has been presented, we have a real lack of explanation from this government and from this new Minister of Finance, who I do also congratulate in her new role. But we have a critical time here, a critical time in this House. And I hope we use the next few days of this debate in a wise manner in the best interest of British Columbians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise in this House this late afternoon to continue joining all my peers colleagues on the discussion of Bill 3. I think everyone in this House would agree that this year has been a year like no other. As we head into the colder days of winter, even though it's not that cold yet, it will be. At the height of the second wave of this global pandemic, many British Columbians are sharing the feeling they are facing darker days than we have felt before. And with the introduction of those Bill 3, I think we are even facing even more darker days. This is a time of sorrow, a time of hardship, and a time of great struggle for many of us. Families are being kept apart for the holidays in order to keep each other safe. Tens of thousands of British Columbians are entering the holiday season still out of work. And with our opioid deaths continuing to rise at an alarming rate, with no sign of stopping, even with this government having been in power for 3.5 years, and which they claim that they will tackle it, it is a sign that many of the most vulnerable members of the community are facing more than one crisis. I have called British Columbia home for more than half of my life. And like many of the MLAs I share this house with, I'm proud to identify as both a Canadian and an immigrant. One thing I was quick to learn about Canadians is their unique resilience, their optimism, and their ability to always find the brighter side of things. In a country that can see some very dark winters, which I wasn't used to in the place where I grew up, I definitely learned that quickly. Most of the time, I feel they have developed the spirit of optimism so common amongst Canadians. I take pride in my work as an MLA, and I am incredibly honored to have served and continue to serve the people of Richmond North Centre and all British Columbians for so many years. Despite the struggles we are facing today, I hope to bring the spirit of optimism with me into the legislature this late afternoon as we debate legislation that will hopefully finally deliver upon some of the promised relief for British Columbians that have endured so much. Unfortunately, there are so many aspects to this Bill 3, so many clauses and catches and conditions that show its intentions are not to serve the people of British Columbia first and foremost, that I'm sad to say that I cannot debate this bill with any form of optimism at all. The Finance Statutes Amendment Act 2020, the only piece of legislation tabled in this crucial session of Parliament that we were called back to the House even at the height of the pandemic. This act was supposed to have one purpose and one purpose only: to provide British Columbians the financial relief they need to endure the second wave of our pandemic. But I cannot say with confidence that I believe this is true intent and purpose of this bill. And I want to use my time this late afternoon to outline what I believe to be the true motive, not only behind this bill, but the motive behind why this newly re-elected government, which was re-elected by calling a slap election at the height of the pandemic, has brought us here for this brief 2 weeks. The true intent and purpose of this bill is for the benefit of government, not the people of British Columbia. This bill is intended to strip away credibility, transparency, and accountability from a government that is inherently failing British Columbians in their pandemic recovery efforts. I really do struggle to see how anyone in this House could see otherwise. And I'm so far quite disappointed that, except the Finance Minister, whom I have to congratulate her for taking such an important file, nobody from the government bench has the guts to stand up and debate on this bill. So far, it's only the Green Party leader and our BC Liberal colleagues. I urge all our MLAs to stand up and say what they think about this bill. Don't forget, we just went through an election in the pandemic. And we were voted, all of us should pride ourselves that we won the trust of our constituents. They elected us to come to this people's house, to be their voice, to talk about their real concern, not to just vote yes for your party. I urge all my colleagues, for the next few days, stand up in this House and debate on this bill, especially the government bench. One only has to read into the content of this bill. So let's look at what this bill does. This bill extends the deadline for presenting the budget and the main estimate for the 2021 fiscal year to April 30th, which is 1 month into the 2021 fiscal year. This bill will also provide $2 billion in unaccounted spending and has provided no details on pandemic relief payments for families. This bill will essentially delay the budget by a month, on top of the 1 month delay established back in the summer, meaning that the 2021 fiscal budget will be delayed by 2 months. This will be the longest period British Columbians have gone without a fiscal update in 20 years, in 2 decades. This bill, the only bill we are going to deal with before the new year, is designed to justify further delays in the promised relief to British Columbians, create less transparency and accountability on government spending, and allow this government to carry forward in its failings to British Columbians, free of accountability or consequence. Well, this is the first bill since the provincial election, which is what makes this bill even more concerning. I fear this bill is not a radical outlier, but the first of many bills of this type that we will see from this government. I'm cautioning British Columbians to be facing the darker days ahead. I fear that more bills will come with catches and conditions that will allow this government to proceed with less and less transparency and accountability to British Columbians. It also raises the question, is this a new mandate for this government? Or was this a mandate that was always on the Premier's agenda, who now feels that he has the means to carry it out? And just look at the session designed to support British Columbians, the session that was framed to voters as the purpose of this bill. British Columbians are going to receive a one-time payment that is supposed to hold them over until the new year and likely into the spring. But even this session has conditions to it. We are now learning that the payments will be scaled based on 2019 income that was in place before the pandemic. How does this make sense? How is this supposed to support workers and families who lost their job because of the pandemic? I am really worried that this bill represents just one more example of a government that's trying to find every single excuse and justification for over-promising, under-delivering, and delaying on their promised support for British Columbians. As a critic for tourism, arts, and culture, as well as the MLA for a community that prides itself on its tourism industry, I can tell you that the effects of this worrying trend are no more apparent in the tourism and hospitality industry. Back in July, the Tourism Industry Association of BC, TIABC, and its dozens of sector association partners presented the provincial government with a tourism and hospitality sector recovery stimulus proposal that asked the government to allocate 680 million in order for the tourism and hospitality sector to make a full and effective recovery. So this ask was way back in July, and the government has to wait for several months for the simple reason that they want to give out the goodies just before the election. So they announced a few days before they called a slap election that they created a tourism task force that will deliver a mere 50 million pending the recommendation of that task force. Not only are we still pending the report and recommendation from that task force, we are now learning that we won't see any additional support until late April at the earliest. Let's look at the news release just issued yesterday by the new Minister of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport, congratulating on the new minister for having her first news release. This is no comfort for the tourism industry. All it said, the heading is building a stronger BC today, boosting tourism future. But there's no concrete plan on how, now they say 53 million, 3 million more, how the 50 million, when will they be in the hands of the tourism sector? And I look at this news release, it doesn't go to the tour operators or the travel agency or the small business. 19.4 million support tourism dependent municipalities, and we don't know which municipalities they are. 30.6 million going to all 6 BC tourism regions, and then 20 million to develop local tourism experience, infrastructure and services, etc., etc. But most likely, they won't receive any funding until, don't know whether it will be February or March. So in the meantime, many tourism-related enterprises and small business have closed or are in the process of closing. Just look at another, I'm just trying to let this House know that tourism sector has been working so hard to back the government, to help them, to provide them immediate relief. And yet, the government, all they said is, we heard it, we are going to boost the tourism future, and yet they have done nothing concrete or tangible. On October 16, 2020, 4 organizations related to the tourism industry, the Tourism Industry Association of BC, TIABC, BC Hotel Association, the Alliance of Beverage Licensee and Restaurant Canada, they sent a letter to the Deputy Minister, to the Premier, and also CC to the Deputy Minister of several other ministries which have also a portfolio on tourism. Let me read you one paragraph. They say, I quote them, as you are aware, the liquidity challenges for operators are real and significant. It is paramount that the province find an effective way to provide grants to tourism and hospitality business owners immediately. The word is immediately. And yet, this government hasn't given anything. And in the July news release, the Tourism Industry Association of BC has also laid out a detailed plans urging this government on how to help the tourism industry. They are asking for a working capital recovery grant of $475 million, support for adaptation costs $190 million, and support for developing resilient BC-focused supply chain for $15 million. And yet, all these requests have fallen on deaf ears. And in my writing, and in the city of Richmond, Tourism Richmond CEO has written to myself and my 3 other peers colleagues, asking us to help pushing for the government for more relief. In spite of the tourism industry, concerted effort and trying to come up with plans and ways on how to help this industry, there's nothing. Tourism has now endured a full summer season without the travel they are so heavily dependent on. Air travel dropped by 95% during the pandemic. And although we shall hopefully see a vaccine soon, our tourism industry will continue to suffer until it is safe to reopen our borders again. Now, this tourism and hospitality industry are learning that they will have to not only endure the winter season, devoid of the winter travel they rely on, but also devoid of the support promised to them by this government. This impacts can even be felt in my community of Richmond. At least 3 hotels in my riding, including the River Rock Hotel, have closed. And they don't know when they will open. And you know, once a business is closed, they lay off all the workers, and they are worried that even when and if they reopen, how are they going to rehire the staff? Because all the layoff people will try to find other jobs and they might not come back. There is a significant event, a signature event in my riding. I'm sure many of my colleagues probably have been there. It's called the Richmond Night Market. So Richmond Night Market started 20 years ago. It was featured in 2019 in the New York Times on their front page, a full-page color report on this Richmond Night Market. Just imagine, if you have a full-page ad in New York Times, how much will it cost you? But this is their coverage. Even the Americans see the uniqueness and the attraction of our Richmond Night Market and feature in their front page in the newspaper. And yet, I just talked to the operator, Raymond Chan, of Richmond Night Market before I spoke. I just see how it goes, because I haven't had time to talk to him since the middle of the outbreak. He has been again talking to the tourism ministry, also talking to Richmond tourism CEO, and I'm sure the Richmond tourism CEO wants to help him, but she just simply cannot convince the government, and he has to cancel the Richmond Night Market just in the last summer, according to the direction of this government. And yet, his site is covered as big as 24 acres, and he has to pay for the lease of this site throughout the year. And Richmond Night Market, I'm sure all my colleagues are fully aware, is a seasonal business. So this year was supposed to be, the summer was supposed to be the 20th anniversary of his Richmond Night Market. And he has ordered $900,000 for all the decorations to try to have a big event at the Richmond Night Market. And he already got the rental from many vendors. And because of the cancellation, he has to pay them back. And he has to spend all the money, and he doesn't have any cash flow. And he doesn't even know whether he can still operate this Richmond night market. Now, he is deeply in financial trouble. Just imagine this 20-year-old signature event in my riding, and it's a popular signature event all throughout the world. And Richmond night market doesn't get a cent from this government. Does it make sense? I don't think so. And the travel agency, there are so many small travel agencies in my riding, in my street malls, and I walk around, I see many of them closed already. There's one particular one called Happy Times Travel. They have 3 offices, one in Chinatown, one in Vancouver, I think in Kingsway, and one in my riding. The last one was closed in Chinatown, and she sent a note to me on August the 11th. Let me read it out. And I hope that the member from Vancouver, Mount Pleasant can listen. And I hope she can help Chinatown as well. She said, I quote, "Turning off the lights in the Chinatown store was the darkest day after I have emigrated to Vancouver in the 80s. This is the hardest way living my favorite Chinatown, where I have established my friends and my business." Happy Time is one of the many small businesses that have been suffering. The most recent job numbers indicate that British Columbia is still down 47,400 jobs compared to pre-pandemic levels. Many of this directly related to tourism and hospitality. After speaking in this House about what I thought about this Bill 3 and also about my critical role, the tourism industry, which has a major impact on my constituents, I am urging that this government, you have now become the majority in this House, and you have been given the trust and confidence of British Columbians to do the right things. As the Premier say, he can put politics aside and try to help British Columbians survive through this pandemic. And most important of all, now that we have the vaccine at the end of the tunnel, and we are all so excited, and the Premier and this government, I urge you to come up with a more thoughtful, comprehensive plan on how to get us through this economic recovery. Otherwise, I have grandchildren. I'm really worried for them. With this government now keep spending money for their own political purpose, my grandchildren have to pay back for this huge debt. This is not good for British Columbians. So hopefully, the debate in this House from all our opposition MLA, I'm hoping, I'm urging the government MLAs will also speak their conscience, and hopefully we can push this government and the cabinet to really, for once, care for the interests of British Columbians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing, I believe, the member for Skeena, if he's available. There he is, member for Skeena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to your new appointment and to all the brand new MLAs and the returning MLAs coming to the legislature. And before I begin, speaking to the Financial Statutes Amendment Act of 2020, I didn't get a chance to respond to the throne speech. And so I just want to talk to my constituents of Skeena, who actually I was surprised at how energetic they were 2 weeks before the election to get me back here. I didn't really understand my role back in 2017. I wanted to learn as much as I could before I could actually give some type of analysis back to my constituents. But I've always taken the role of public service very, very seriously. I really put that above anything else. I even said at one time, as elected chief councillor, my own council didn't matter to me as an entity. The people mattered. And if I could see an entity not doing anything in a good for the good of the people, then I didn't want to support the entity at all. I was blessed, though, to be surrounded by people I thought likewise. And I know there's people in this legislature that think the same way. And I am quite impressed by the legislature, by the whole thought of the institution, because I've never seen this before, where accountability and transparency is not just talked about, it's actually acted upon. Where I come from, there is no opposition. There is nobody holding government accountable. There is nobody picking apart our decisions bit by bit. There's none of that. And, you know, for the first part of my first year in the legislature, I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't even know where the bathrooms were. You know, debates and amendments, and I didn't know any of it. So I was actually pretty lucky to have people around me that actually taught me everything. But it all came down to what can I do for those people that really want me to represent them in Victoria. And now I know why. Because they have faith in us. As MLAs, as people. The BC Liberals didn't elect me. The people of Skeena elected me. And for those thousands and thousands of people who are watching at home, you're probably wondering why it's only the BC Liberals and the Greens debating this speech, this amendment. Yeah, I'm wondering too. Government is silent. They all got a chance to speak the throne speech. They all jumped up. But when it comes to this new pot of money that they don't want to be accountable for, they're being silent. And that's not what this legislature is for. You did not get elected by the NDP. You got elected by your constituents, by the people of BC. I mean, at the end of the day, these labels that we have, BC Liberals, BC Greens, BC NDP, that shouldn't be a reason why we don't do what's in the best interest of BC, especially when we're talking about the future of BC, the grandkids and the kids that will have to face the deficits that we're actually proposing here. There's cuts coming. No doubt about it, to programs, to budgets. If you don't do that, you're going to have to raise rates. You're going to have to raise taxes. So while we play politics here, you know, it's something I go back to, what I was taught back in my own band council, by my own people, no less, is that we have to think out 7 generations ahead. And I don't see that. I especially don't see it from the government MLA sitting on our side, just sitting on our hands. I mean, you are an MLA. I'm an MLA. And our grandkids together, they're not going to identify as NDP or Liberals in 20 years when they see that the program's going to get cut. They're not going to identify by that. And I don't think they're going to understand the whole process and how this unfolded. And it all came out with the idea that we should get rid of transparency and accountability that I really envied in this place. The principles of transparency and accountability. And now I see the government, the NDP government, wants to get rid of those transparency principles, which is, nobody talks about that. But, you know, you talk about democracy being, you know, one vote, one, you know, voting for your leadership. But the mechanics of that, in terms of getting your representatives to actually do what's in the best interest of yourself, as well as your province or your country, that's a different matter altogether. And I don't understand why this government wants to get rid of transparency and accountability measures. I don't get it. I mean, we're living in a democracy. We're living where people sent us to the legislature to protect democratic principles. I mean, NDP even got in your name. Democratic. I mean, when you talk about a government that wants to get rid of transparency accountability measures, you're not talking about democracy. You're talking about some other country that doesn't have democracy, that can do whatever they want. And I learned this on the job. I learned transparency and accountability on the job over 16 years. And it actually came from the Indian Act. And it was kind of silly because the Indian Act actually proposed every single measure that you had to do as an elected chief and council for transparency and accountability. I ignored it because it didn't actually speak to transparency and accountability in my mind. It spoke to transparency and accountability to the federal government, but didn't speak to my people. So I went above and beyond. I went and toured Vancouver where my membership was. I did social media, told them exactly what I proposed to do, gave them updates, and then at the end of the day, I told them whether or not I succeeded or failed. That's transparency and accountability. Why, when you already had a $1.5 billion fund forwarded to you before the election, why do you want more without any transparency and accountability mechanisms? You're talking about a bill that will probably cost you anywhere from 1.4 to 1.6 billion, but you're asking for 2 billion with no accountability, no budget. You want nothing. This is a scary trend. And I thought that the one time I saw this in the legislature, I thought it was a one-off. I saw this in the legislature when the BC-NDP actually pulled off the final yard of a 10-yard race to get LNG across the finish line. And in that project agreement that was brought to the legislature that the NDP government wanted to sign with LNG Canada, they actually included one clause that actually proposed to get rid of that requirement to bring major project agreements to the legislature for debate. Why? That was billions of dollars of tax cuts. And what can be characterized as a subsidy. I think the public actually had a right to know. It had a cap on carbon tax. Whereas the rest of British Columbians and Canadians are actually going to be exposed to higher and higher rates of carbon tax, but here's LNG Canada getting a cap rate. Why did you not want to tell the people of BC that? I think that's what I'm hearing about all this debate now. I think that's really fundamental to what the problem is with this bill. We truly appreciate the idea that we're going to help out people with $500 or $1,000, getting through the COVID recession. But what is the result going to be if we're getting rid of the transparency accountability principles that you're actually proposing? Why do you want to do things in secret? A lot of my colleagues already talked about why those provisions were put there in the first place. And you keep trying to do better, especially in a democracy. One of the messiest systems you can have in terms of trying to progress. But you keep doing better. With every succeeding government, you try to do better, but you don't try to tear it down. Can you imagine how hard it's going to be later on when we're all gone, how hard it is to bring back transparency and accountability? Because nobody follows what we're doing here. No, we don't stand a chance with some of those sitcoms on TV or those reality shows. We don't stand a chance. And really, I don't blame them because they elected us to come down here and do this job. And I don't like a lot of things what government does, but I do see the bigger picture on why government does what they do. And I can disagree, I can agree, doesn't bother me, but as long as you do it above board. And what time better than to do it above board now, when we're talking about an international crisis that has affected everybody. And now everybody in the whole wide world, 7-8 billion people are wondering what's next. What are we going to do next? We're talking about the measures that are coming down, the restrictions, but nobody seems to really put emphasis on what their governments are actually doing or the deficits that are coming. And I don't understand why. Because it is going to affect affordability. It is going to affect the quality of life. it is going to affect what is basically a really good country. I've heard a number of people talk about this already. And the one thing that I do note that when we're talking about Canada is the tremendous appreciation that immigrants have for our country in terms of free speech, in terms of our freedoms, freedom of religion. It's an incredible country to live in. And in that respect, I've seen some of the comments come from government denouncing, insulting people that want to exercise free speech. And here's a government that actually called an election during the biggest crisis the world has ever faced. But then you turn around and then you criticize everybody else for speaking up against it. How hypocritical is that? And not only that, you call this session for one bill. You invite all the MLAs or back to Victoria to travel on the planes, to travel on the boats, to sit in that legislature. What is that, 24 people sitting in it right now? It goes back to a comment that my colleague made that said, you know, when it comes to the citizens, you're willing to make those sacrifices. But when it comes to yourself, you always find a way to make it work. Now, if we're truly in this all together, then stop dividing our people. Stop dividing British Columbians. They're going to do that on their own. The stresses that this has placed on citizens right now, they don't need politicians diving into that fight and making it worse. They don't need that. And this slogan that came up, we're all in this together. Well, I had that slogan 10 years ago, and that came from case law, Aboriginal rights and title case law, that was conveniently ignored by this government. But it was a judge. It was a judge that came up with this. And he put it the best when it came to reconciliation. And this is probably what we need coming out of this COVID crisis. Not from Aboriginals, but British Columbians. Reconciliation. To see what the world is going to look like after COVID. And the judge basically said, we might as well reconcile because none of us are going anywhere. Now, this shouldn't be an excuse to divide British Columbians. It shouldn't be an excuse to feed that animosity that's building up out there. I'm not going to criticize any of the measures put forward by the government. You're doing the best you can. And I think any other government probably would have done the same, if not maybe different measures. But we can't ignore the fact that government, you're not holier than thou in this question. I mean, you could have proposed this bill while we were sitting in the House before the election. You could have did that because I never saw the bickering over COVID measures in the House when I was there. And I never saw the Green Party actually disobeying what you were putting forward. In fact, they approved every one of your taxes, whether it be a new tax or increased tax. They approved every one of it. But instead, what does government do? They turned around and threw the Green Party under the bus because we're bickering in the House. I didn't see any bickering. In fact, if anything, the government actually backed up over the Green Party because they actually broke the agreement that they actually signed in the CASA, the Confidence of Supply Agreement. But it was all under the guise of working together, which I honestly thought was the best thing to do, to the point where I didn't believe there was an election going to be called. So I didn't prepare. I didn't prepare any plan for election because I didn't think any government in their right mind in the middle of a pandemic would call an election. Even the federal leader of the NDP said it's absolutely reckless and irresponsible to call an election in the middle of a pandemic. These are historic times, and it's time to put away the politics. And this is politics. This is absolute politics, what we're doing here. Hopefully it does come out and help those people that truly need it, especially the ones that lost their jobs. But in 20 years, we're all going to be asking ourselves, where were we in the middle of the pandemic? The same way we talk about 9/11, the same way we talk about the Berlin Wall coming down, we're all going to be talking what we're doing. I hope to say in 20 years, well, we got rid of the politics in BC, and we stopped the vote buying, and we got down to business. We pulled back the economy. We made sure that people were okay coming out of it. I hope. I'm not very hopeful right now, but in 20 years, I hope. Mr. Speaker, with that, noting the time, I reserve my right to continue my debate at the next sitting.
Member, would you move adjournment of the debate, please?
I hereby move the adjournment of the debate.
Honourable members, vote is about to take. Those who are participating remotely, have your cards ready. Member has moved adjournment of debate. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the House to now adjourn.
Members, again, have your cards ready. All in favour indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.